So, good morning everybody, welcome to Teesside Autodrome here in the beautiful northeast of England. We're here for round 2 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. And we've already had an exciting day so far with qualification and Superpole on this fantastic track. I'm Phil G and alongside me, Daniel Koenig. We've got race action lined up with you all this afternoon. Make sure that you like and follow us on our socials on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube. And also visit our website to catch up on all of the action from this British Supermoto Championship. The Superlights out there on circuit at the moment. But we can now take you and show you all of the action from this morning's Superpole qualifying session. So here we are then. Superpole out on track. And it is going to be the number 7 of Jamie Duncan that's going to lead them round. He was 5th in qualifying this morning and straight back out on circuit. It's absolutely perfect conditions here. Duncan then will cut the dirt out on the first lap so that he doesn't get dirty tyres and then ride up the back of the circuit. So he will join here and he will start his lap. He was off the pace, but he certainly wasn't top 5, Danielle, right through the session. He's managed to sneak in quite close to the end. He was down in 8th or 9th.
He was. So a teammate, Oliver Holmes, was actually out qualifying for most of that session. So we were thinking maybe Duncan was having a little bit of an issue, but he managed to pull a lap together and get himself in 5th, which has landed him a place in Superpole for today.
Let's not forget he missed a lot of the tail end of last season with a leg injury, and Arnold said there was doubt that he would ride again, but obviously at the tail end of last season he was looking like it was going to be a struggle for him to make the first round, but the first round he did, and here he is, flat out down the back straight, hanging off the back of that fat and fast KTM into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, down through Skid Row, as was named last year, the slippiest piece of tarmac in the world, and he's looking like he's having a decent run so far.
Yep, so he makes his way up onto the off-road, up that step up now, and you can see round that outside berm he chose there. And you can see just how much dust he's kicking up here, even out there on his own, over the tabletop. And then a little bit of a double whoop section there, round the outside berm to head back up the off-road.
So they've got to be careful over this jump because they're landing, it's really loose. The dirt is riding in. We had water put down late last night to try and keep the dust just a little bit of a wiggle there. And Duncan's going to come across the line and he is going to set the time for this TM Leeds Team UK Superpole. The first rider out there, and let's see what time he has done.
So he has managed a 1:29.912. So that is now the time to beat.
That's pretty competitive. As we look at the 2:17 then of Richard Sharp, the man currently leading our over 45 championship and also second overall in our British Championship as they sit at the moment on the Trips.UK KTM. Oh, look at that. If you want to see backing in, that's how you do it. And Richard then proper trying hard here.
Yeah, on board that Trips UK machine as he makes his way around this long sweeper right out to the edge of the track there. And then again, backing it in on this infield section.
Really easy to overrun that left-hand hairpin at the end of that short back straight. You always think that you can leave your brake in later than you can, and then the next lap you overshoot it by 20 yards. But here he is down the back straight then. KTM mounted this year after being on Huskies for the last couple of seasons, along with his son Harley. That's a lovely tight line through there, down through Skid Row. Rear end coming right round there, which is normal for his style. Nice run. He'll go up the Bathmate step now, just stands up. He'll pop up there. He's going to go to the inside or the outside. He takes the inside line then, and you can see there, Danielle, that all the stones are starting to go off, and we're definitely getting 2 lines. Nicely over the table as well.
Yeah, looking really aggressive through that off-road section, showing his motocross prowess there as he's wringing that KTM's neck up through that off-road.
And again, another bit's really easy to go down here. This bit here is probably the most difficult part of the circuit, where the stones are dragged on, almost clips the bars on the barriers as he comes through. But here comes Sharp then onto the start-finish straight. Let's see what he does.
So Richard Sharp's taken the checkered flag and done a 1:29.666. So that has put him on provisional pole, as we've now got the number 100, Alex Mullaney, Making his way round again, avoiding that off-road section to keep those tyres clean for this flying lap.
Mullaney then back on familiar machinery this year, and fair to say that he had an up and down day at Three Sisters, but he was certainly back to the Alex Mullaney that we saw in 2023. Still only a really young man, and sometimes forget that he's like 18 or 19 years old. I think he's about 18, isn't he?
I'm not 100% sure. I know he's definitely in our under-21s championship.
Yeah, but he's a rider that is far more mature than his actual years as far as how good he is on track, and he loves a nice tight line round there.
Yeah, good to see him using that knees down style. I know he's having a little bit more experience on the road bike type machinery, so he's using that to his advantage here to try and get as much power down through that bike as he makes his way now back onto the start-finish straight.
Down into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit then, and again knee down style looks. Let's see, that's where it gets iffy. He had to sit that up there. The rear came round on the brakes, and that knee out style just has to wait slightly in the wrong place. But he'll jump up the bathmate step. Will he go to the inside again? Yes. He's made a bit of a mess there, just running a little bit hot. Now I'm thinking that if I'm riding here today, I'm definitely going up the outside on the first lap. We see just go over those little steps. There's an inside and outside line on that berm as well. And again, there's a good alternative line. And whilst this jump looks like it wants to be ascend, you've got to get it stopped at the top of the hill.
Yeah, incredibly slippy down here. Not only have you got those little stones that are dragged on, but it does also get incredibly dusty on that transition from the off-road to the tarmac.
So Alex comes across the line then on the Automotive Solutions Husky, and he goes fastest with a 1:29.106. Well, everybody's going, it's almost to form at the moment. So we'll wait and see what the Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman can pull out of the hat. He was a man that was on the outside looking in till right at the death. It was Chris Walker that held that 5th position, but Blakeman then jumped up to 2nd, literally in the dying seconds of qualifying. So we'll see what the tree surgeon can pull off as he comes across the line to start his qualifying Super Pole lap, brought to you by TM Leeds UK, and with their man still to go as the fastest qualifier, it's going to be up to Blakeman to at least be fastest out of the riders that we've seen so far.
Yeah, Blakeman taking a slightly wider line and then cutting in tight to hug that curb. You can see some sparks there coming off those foot pegs as he then hard on the brakes to try and make that infield corner and then back on himself.
It's easy really to look at the lot. Why is he going there? Why is he doing this? This track gets a lot of use, and there's a lot of places where the place where you really want to be, the tarmac is not quite as good as other places on the track, and it means that there are areas where being a little bit offline gives you a little bit more grip. Nice run through there, right hugging tight to the curb, through Skid Row, nice through there. He's going to run a little bit wide. No, he cuts that quite tight, so he's going to go. Is he another one that's going to go up the inside, up the bathmate step? Yes, he is. He makes a nicer job of it than Alex Mullaney. He doesn't get the front over the top of the berm. Pops over the tabletop down the hill. And then a decent run up here. Looks a little bit wider. Is he going to cut across at the top?
Yeah, all these riders then favouring that inside line to make their way down the hill. Again, back onto the tarmac there. Really hugging those barriers as he makes his way back round.
So Blakeman across the line then on the Fat and Fast KTM. Is he going to go to the top of the timesheets?
He's not. He has done a 1:30.049. So that has provisionally popped him in 4th place for our first race of the day for our A group. So he's still on the front row at the moment, but this man will be looking to, I think, either best or match his qualifying time. He was on pole.
Yeah, so Chris Hodgson then, the TM Leeds UK mounted rider from Cockermouth, the man who has been a 17-time champion across all of our classes in the past. He's the man to beat, and he is there on the number 74 this year, not running the number 1 plate, our double champion Jay Smith, who's not with us this weekend, doing a partial schedule. So Chris reverting to his number 74, which he's not run for quite a few seasons, it has to be said. But he was really, really the man at Three Sisters in the first round of this Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. And we expect it to be the same. You can see the broken tarmac there. We've got a lovely shot of Chris backing it in to what is turn 2 on the opening lap of the circuit through this infield section. And again, just keeping it nice and tight. The straight line run onto the back straight allows him to wind the big TM up down the back straight. He's on the rev limiter for a long while down there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was on the rev limiter for a long time.
Yeah, Chris looking really calm and collected and chilled after our initial qualifying session. He didn't actually do the full session. He said he decided to pull in and save those tyres for Superpole.
Nice jump up the Bathmate step, took a nice wide arc on the tarmac on the way in. That is leaving it wide open for a pass if you do that during the race. We saw that last year, and I think that is going to be one of the places where we're going to see some on-track action as he spins the rear up, going up this very, very loose uphill over the jump at the top, and then he'll drop down for the final time into the last turn, and he just needs to bring this one home and put in a time, which he's almost certainly going to do. So here he comes then, Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK bike. He will take the checkered flag in this TM Leeds UK Superpole session, and he does. He breaks into the 28s with a 28.415, Danielle. That's the fastest lap we've seen so far this weekend on a track that is only going to get faster as the day goes on.
Absolutely. Chris there putting together an almost perfect lap, I'd say. So like you say, this track's going to improve, but our front row for race 1 will be Chris Hodgson on pole, followed by Alex Mullaney in second, Richard Sharp third, and Jamie Duncan in fourth, and then heading out row 2 will be the Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman there.
So the two Fat and Fast teammates then 4th and 5th, but that's how they will line up for our main races later on this afternoon. So here we are then, Superpole out on track, and it is going to be the number 7 of Jamie Duncan that's going to lead them round. He was 15th row of the grid as we wait for our C Group riders, who just miraculously appeared on the grid on screen to us. That was quite amusing.
Great timing.
And they go off on their warm-up lap. So absolutely perfect conditions here at Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship as we pan round. This is our Contract Solution Precision Engineers British Supermoto Group C. Contract Solutions then, the company belonging to Jamie Duncan and his dad up there in Cooper in Fife, that produce all sorts of amazing engineering stuff for the aerospace industry, and also Jamie's line of pinned mountain bike stuff. So thank you to them for being a classed sponsor as we look at the 38 of Dean Wadgy Smith, who you were telling me is returning from a leg injury.
Yeah, we know he has done a few rounds post-leg injury, but it was quite a big one that put him out for a fairly long time. But good to see him back out there on that Team Smith Husqvarna there. And like we say, not had a lot of experience. Wasn't at round 1 as far as I'm aware either.
No, definitely wasn't he was not at Three Sisters. I think the last time I saw him possibly might have been whatever the round after Crowell was last year. So definitely been out for a while, but good to see him back. Always nice to see riders returning. And you can see there in the background where the track here at Teesside wends its way. As we look in the background there, we see the football ground and everything all there down on the dockside there in Middlesbrough. And here's our grid then. On pole is the 236 of Dan Spencer with Simon Bentley number 92nd, Dean Smith there 3rd, and the Cranked Up Racing Sean Jones in 4th.
Row 2, we have Sean Rogerson there in 5th, Liam Pearson in 6th, Eddie Rushforth 7th, and Rick Owen there in 8th.
Archie Reynolds there, he's on row 3. He is for me the fastest man in the downhill on the off-road, so we'll see how he goes. 10th Max Feeney, 11th John Oates, and 12th Jackson Bennett. Then
13th we've got Adrian Dealey, Lewis Cowper, Ed Darnton and Dean Clark.
And then row 5, the Bathmate 159 of Jason Laycock, Max Rhodes, Michael Whittam and Tom Nutter, number 20. So there is Dean Smith. Next to him then on the Trips.UK KTM, Simon Bentley then. He's there on the front row, a good mate of mine who we've banged bars for many, many years, and just having a chat with him in the break. He was disappointed to not make the Bs, but like he said, he's still out there having fun. There's the 164 Cranked Up Racing of Sean Jones. Give them a follow on YouTube. They're always good value for money. The 303 there, one of the Rogerson brothers as well.
We've got the
Sean.
150 there of Liam Pearson. He's currently sat in 3rd in our novice championship at the moment. So keep an eye out on him.
There's Rick Owen, the 351, the second, the Cranked Up Racing as they come under starters' orders. Away they go. Little bit of a sleepy start for Rick Owen. Let's see who's got the hold shot. And it is going to be the 90 of Bentley that leads it in, isn't it? It's going to be Dean Smith, the number 38, leads into South Bank for the first time. The 90 of Simon Bentley, he's tucked in second. Then it looks like it's Jones. We've got a rider nipping up the inside. That's Spencer as everybody funnels down into this corner. Pearson round the outside then.
Yeah, Liam there making a great move there from, I believe it was the second row. So he's made his way up to fourth, but it is the 38 of Dean Smith leading us down this long straight now into the hairpin.
Bentley having taken none of it from Sean Jones as they make their way down for Skid Row. I seem to recall that YG Smith ran away and hid at the front of this one in this race last year, and ended up getting himself quite well up in the B's at the end of the day. As they make their way into the off-road, up the Bathmate step then, these C Group riders not doubling the way up there, right? Nice line then from Pearson. He's decided to do it. Wadgy stalled it. He stalled it. That gives Bentley the lead. So the hospital porter then from down there in Nottinghamshire, said give a shout out to his NHS colleagues there.
Oh, Liam Pearson there trying to nip up the inside.
He's been decent since he's got on this 250F. He's going to have to work to get past Simon because he's a wily old fox. But fair to say that Pearson is having a good start to his season on that 250F.
Just trying to see who that is behind Liam Pearson there. Looked like they had carried quite a lot of speed as they head up the off-road there.
That's the 555, I believe, looking from the what I saw in practice. And that is Adrian Dealey.
That's Adrian Dealey there, sat in third place. But it is the battle for first that we can see on screen, with Simon Bentley on board that Trips UK KTM being chased down by the under-21 rider of Liam Pearson on board that 250F. So he is down on CCs, but he's definitely making the most of him.
So we need to be watching the 38 in the back of this shot here. He was the man that gave up the lead with a stall in the off-road, which is really easy done on those loose stones. And he's going to fancy himself to get back into the top two to progress into the B Group 4 race 2 this afternoon. But it is Simon Bentley on the number 90 Tripstock UK KTM that's away at the front.
We did also have a pass there for third, with Dan Spencer finding a way round the 555 of Adrian Dealey on that tarmac off-road. And it looks like it might be Dean Wedgie Smith trying to make up some lost ground here as they make their way through to the off-road, taking a nice wide line there to square themselves up. But we can see that dust is kicking up a little bit there.
So Dealey then, he's the only one that's jumping up the step, and he's gone high, wide and handsome, and he's going to run round the outside of Spencer, and he's always into the bank. Is he going to get a twofer as they come down? So the rider's been told that once they commit to a line down this inside, outside, they're going to have to deal with it. And Spencer moves up to second, so they pop over that little table.
Dealey there just found a way past Pearson again as they popped up over onto that top of our off-road section.
Smith still there holding a watching brief in fifth. These guys are away. It's Owen in sixth on the Cranked Up Racing Husky. He's there in the background, but the race leader then over the line to complete another lap with almost 2 seconds. He's the number 90 of Simon Bentley. And like I say, don't underestimate how quick these guys are. It's not an easy track to master, and the tarmac has certainly had its wear over the years, so you've got to pick your lines very carefully. But it is the 90 then as he comes into turn 2. The 236 of Dan Spencer looking very refreshed with new graphics and new leathers and everything. And again, he's a man that's been doing this sport far longer than you would imagine for a man of his years, because he's still not that old. And good to see him getting his finger out again. Dealey then up to third. We're going to expect to see him do something in the off-road as Dean Smith can down the inside of the 150. Liam Pearson. No, Pearson drops it across the front of him. He's not giving.
Liam was not giving that one up easily there. He knew he was down on horsepower on that straight, but he did all he could on the brakes.
So Dealey is going to, I think, jump to the outside, rail round, and he's going to probably take quite a bit of time out of Dan Spencer. Dealey looks like a man that's got a good off-road background. He's clearing that table with ease down the inside. Let's look as they go up the hill. Is he there? He is. I think he's made the pass. So Dealey up to second as we look at Pearson. There he is. So Dealey makes the pass as they come up to the top of the hill. Is he going to have enough time to run down Simon Bentley on the number 90, with probably just as we get to somewhere 6 laps to go, be 5 laps across the line this time, and that's where Dealey's making all of his time up.
Yeah, it looks like that gap to Simon Bentley closing ever so slightly, but it is Adrian Dealey out there, our fastest man on track, with a 1:39.8. So he will be trying to close that gap now on the 90 of Simon Bentley.
Right, so we've got a couple of changes then, because looking at all of a sudden, Liam Pearson is nowhere to be seen in this lead group. He's actually dropped 5 seconds, and he's just going to come round South Bank now, and we've also lost the number 38 of Dean Smith. He's dropping down the order, so I think that both of those guys have got tangled up coming down the final off-road hairpin. And so it's now a 3-rider battle at the front, with Bentley still holding a comfortable lead. And I'll be honest with you, I don't see him giving that up with 4 laps to go. It's going to be the battle for which one of these two guys finds their way into the B final. And Spencer's still a decent rider in the off-road, but it looks like Dealey's a little bit more switched on to where he needs to be.
Yeah, Spencer making all his time up on the tarmac, it seems, on Dealey. Dealey again opting for that outside line, and you can see the speed difference as he gets the power down on that Husqvarna.
Yeah, up over there, clears the table with ease, and that's going to give him... Is it going to give him a shot to have a look at our race leader? And I felt that he was already up to second, so Spencer had passed him back on that lap. Now this is where I think that we lost Pearson and Smith on the last lap, and it's the dragging on of those stones onto the tarmac that's causing all of the problems there. They come across the line to complete another lap in what is absolutely perfect race conditions here after the will it rain, won't it rain of our Three Sisters round a few weeks ago. Certainly a welcome change to wake up to bright and clear skies that are going to stay with us for pretty much all of the day. As Bentley then winds up that KTM, I believe that's an ex-Paul Groom bike from last year, so knows its way around this Teesside circuit. And this is a lovely run into turn 2 here. It is one of the nicest corners on the Supermoto calendar that doesn't get enough credit in my book, because it's the one where you can feel like you know what you're doing even if you don't.
I'm just watching there in the background, that battle for seconds still very much ramping up. So Dan Spencer closed that gap up, but wasn't able to make a pass on Dealey on the tarmac.
I think he's going to have a poke around the outside here. They're right with each other. Is he going to see him as they come down Skid Row? We're looking at Bentley, but it's the battle for second. They come into shot. I think Dan's got back to second there. We'll certainly see as they come up the Bathmate step. Yeah, Dan was definitely in front there, so Dealey's just jumped up the outside of him again. Now Spencer just needs to be, you can see the difference in the off-road.
Looks like Dealey's using a little bit of a berm as he heads round that outside line before hitting the tabletop, which I think is giving him a bit more confidence on the rear end to be able to sort of slam that Husky in and then turn to make that tabletop. So that's a good line to see forming. But again, it has meant that he's come out of the off-road in front of Dan Spencer again, meaning he's got all the work to do.
I don't think Dan's going to close this down in the 2 laps that we have left. And it's still Bentley then the lead, now 2 seconds. So Simon is certainly holding sway at the front of this one and not likely to come under pressure. Sean Rogerson then on the 303, he's the man up there in 4th. Pearson in 5th. 6th then the 351 cranked up racing of Rick Owens. 7th John Oakes. 8th is the number 3 of Feeney on the 250F. Ed Darnton up there in 9th. He's a good one. He's the first of our 85s. And Dean Clark on the Husky in 10th. Well, here we go then. Well, this is Spencer's there. He's on the back of him. Let's watch him down the back straight. Here we go. So Dan Spencer is going to have a run. They've got lap traffic that they're going to come on as well. Spencer then round the outside. We saw this last time. He's gone all the way, the long way round. Is he going to get down the inside of Skid Row? No, he's not.
So Dealey now having to try and find a way past these lap riders as they head through the off-road. So he'll be trying to pick the line that the rider in front of him hasn't.
Yeah, Spencer, there's our race leader Bentley then. So they are closing in at rate by the looks of it. So that used to be a run of tyres there, which is now gone. So he's going into the earth bank. You didn't used to be able to do that. And as they go up out of shot, it almost looks like... So Dealey has closed down. It was 2 seconds across the line last time. And here he is, right on the back of our race leader, Simon Bentley. It should be last lap this time by from Kirk, our flagman on the start-finish. Let's see whether that is the case. It is indeed. So Simon has got... he's got a lap to hold on, but I think that he's got considerably more tarmac speed than the 555 of Adrian Dealey. You can see that Dealey's still riding the tarmac like a motocrosser it explains his off-road speed. Simon's a good motocrosser as well, so I would expect that he would find it's going to be harder to get past Bentley in the off-road than it was for him to ride past Dan Spencer. And I think by the time they find their way back to the Bathmate step, that Bentley is going to have enough of a lead for it not to be an issue. But Spencer has tailed off quite a lot there. He's dropped 5 seconds, so I would suggest that he's had a moment in the off-road as well.
Let's not forget, though, the 555 of Adrian Dealey, fairly new to the sport, and like you say, definitely come from an off-road background based on his skill. But by chasing down Simon Bentley, he's going to be learning each lap. So his tarmac speed, I think, will come. And even if he can just follow the lines that Simon Bentley's putting in and sort of carry that, he is going to try and now close that gap down through the off-road. We'll see that happen. I don't know if he's going to have enough speed to be able to have a shot at a pass on this lap. We got wide there.
We've got back markers. Bentley needs to be pretty switched on here as to where he's going to. So the back markers have gone one inside, one outside. That's not going to in our second place man Dealey, then he's got stuck behind one of them as well. So I think that's it done. Simon Bentley to negotiate this downhill, find his way past this pit bike, and he will take victory. The guy giving him a bit of room there, and Bentley will drop it across the front of him, and he's going to take victory. He'll be pleased with that. Little bit of a pull wheelie. Simon takes victory. Dealey takes second, and he will also go up to our B group for race 2. And Dan Spencer in the end a distant third, but he will take solace in the fact that he knows he will be starting race 2 this afternoon from pole position. Rogerson then, he got up to 4th, so Sean having a decent run again, only his second race as well. And there's Pearson, he'll be on the front row as well, and obviously he had a little tip off, and then it will be the 351 of Rick Owen. His teammate went missing some point in that one as well, so not quite sure where that was. Darnton finishing just on the back of John Oakes there in 8th, so that was a good run through for him on the number 41. There's actually a gas after all of our conversations. Is it a KTM? Is it a Husky? There's the 164 of Sean Jones, so he's obviously had a bit of a mare somewhere else. But first race in the books then, and
checking our timing screen, it looks like the number 6 of Dean Clark, he's had a bit of a moment on that last lap. You can see him tumbling down the order there. He finished 18th, I believe. Right,
so here is then the official results then of British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions and powered by Race IQ. It was a win for the number 90 Trips.uk KTM of Simon Bentley. Second place was the 555 of Adrian Dealey. Third, 236, Dan Spencer. And fourth, the 303 of Sean Rogerson.
Then in 5th, we had the 150 of Liam Pearson. 6th, the 351 of Rick Owen. 7th, 95 of John Oakes. And in 8th, the 41 of Edward Darnton.
9th then the second of the Rogerson brothers, Ian. He was there in 9th position. 10th Max Feeney, 11th Jackson Bennett, and 12th Dean Smith. We'll look for him coming through in the next one.
And then in 13th we had the 164 of Sean Jones. Then 14th, 19th of Tom Nutter, and then 15th we had Max Rhodes, and rounding out that 16th place was Lewis Cowper.
So British Supermoto C, first race of the day in the books, and we're in the holding area now, and for our Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ.
That is Daryl Pennington on one looks to be Alex Mullaney's bike.
Yeah, so speaking to Daryl Pennington in the pits earlier on this morning, and he had a problem at the test day on Friday with just his bike not quite running as he wished, and they looks like they obviously did not quite get to the bottom of that. So he is going to be out there on the what I would imagine is the wet bike of Alex Mullaney, which they will hopefully not need to be using today. And otherwise that bike's going to be getting double duty one race after the other. And interestingly, we have Husky for the wet bike and a KTM for the dry bike for Mullaney, but as they come out onto circuit and grid up for the first time. And again, another strong field here today. There's the 888 of Shane Parkin, Shady, the man who regular in this paddock many years ago, and he's out here racing on his 2004 450 Honda, or 2005 I think, which was a very nice bike, and his laddies out there as well. But here's our starting grid then. British Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ. Pole position then for the 666 of Darrell Pennington, with Simon Burgess number 53 there in second. Blake Wilson he's actually on the number 67 in third, and Craig Forshaw, Automotive Solutions Honda, in fourth.
Row 2, we've got the 145 of Luke Armitage, followed by the 26 of Mike Norbury. Then we have the 174 of Tom Elam and the 167 of Michael Craig.
James Wood then heads out row 3 on the 82 Bathmate KTM, followed by the return of 183 Lee Codlin, not seen him for a while, and the Trips.uk KTM of Jason Slater in 11th, with the 101 of Neil Mealin in 12th.
Then on row 4, we've got the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on board that Bathmate machine. Then in 14th, we've got Dan Billum, 15th Paul Reynolds, and 16th Scott Wright.
Shady Shane Parkin then, he's there 17th, Simon Nutter 18th on the 11th, Dave Spafford 19th and 20th, number 73 on the ex-Mark Reiner Smith, ex-J Smith Honda is Ollie Sims. So all to play for in this one. 2 positions then at the front to go up to A for race 2, as we see a Scotsman Michael Craig on the 167. Lee Codlin, now we've seen him, our podium boys just... There's Mr. Just making sure his hair's all right. Mr. Bentley, congratulations, mate. It was a great ride, and you can see between him and the beard of Dan Spencer there, we've got it all covered. But yeah, Lee Codlin, somebody that we didn't see at the opening round of the series.
Slater there going down in the off-road. Oh,
that's not good.
No, he's getting up. I think that's probably just bashed him about a bit there. I think he might have spun the rear up before taking off over the tabletop, and it just sort of sent him a bit skewy.
So
he's up.
He is up, so that's good. That outside line, it is quite dry and dusty, and it just goes to show that it is really, really easy to... he's got the
airbox covers hanging off.
Yeah, airbox cover hanging down on the Trips KTM. Hopefully they'll just give him the chance to get back to the start-finish. I'm going to pull that off, so there we got the Bathmate replay of Slate's crashing on the warm-up. Oh, he just came up a little short, flicked the back end round, and after that it was all gravity's job, and he's ended up on the floor. But hopefully he's going to take his place on the grid as he comes back. We look at Simon Burgess there with the domino graphics, not of the pizza variety by the looks of it. He's a good under the radar rider for me, Simon Burgess. He's been very quick, very consistent. Unlucky to make the A group today straight out of qualifying. 58 of Craig Forshaw is there. 45 Luke Armitage. That's a decent qualifying for him as well. Look for Mike Norbury, the TT and Manxman. Manx Grand Prix racer. His road race style round the tarmac on this track will probably give him a bit of an advantage, certainly round South Bank. And the 174 of Tom Elam, a man returning from injury on that 2016 Husky that he's on there, as they come under starters orders then for the second race of the day, the Race IQ Supermoto B race. Away they go. Slater has made it back to the grid. Somebody stalled on the front row.
I think that was Burgess.
If that was Burgess, he's a lucky boy. We will see as they come through.
Yeah, I do believe that was the 53 of Simon Burgess there, stalling on the front row, and everyone doing really good to find a way round him there.
So it is Forshaw that leads into turn 2, and it looks like the gentle style of Michael Craig on the 167, a man who looks like he's racing in an armchair, but he is so deceptively quick. And he actually topped the timesheets in his qualifying group earlier on. Pass up the inside, is that Wilson, or is that, not sure who that was in second as they come up.
That is Neil Mealin there on board the 101 of his Goon Squad Husqvarna. So great pass for him there up the inside.
So he's a rider that's gone from being a bloke that would win his way out of the season to the Bs in the first race to now being at the front of the Bs, and that's a big improvement for him.
We've also got Jason Slater there making a good start,
he's
spinning
just
up a little bit.
He's just stalled, I think. He went wide and just stalled.
But to come from 11th on the grid up to 4th on the first lap, he's definitely got some pace.
And he will be dreading seeing me in the paddock later because he knows I'm going to absolutely slaughter him. And of course, I wouldn't suggest for a minute that we're going to put that out as a hot in the highlight reel.
Of course not. Of course.
In his defence, if he's going to use that line on the first lap, which he would almost certainly do, I would expect that you're going to want to try it in practice on the warm-up lap, and it just caught him out. You absolutely have to do it. So from that point of view, I'm totally on board with him trying to get over that, because that's the line on the opening lap. We'll see where he came across the line. He's still there in 7th.
So, but it is the 58 of Craig Forshaw on board that Automotive Solutions Honda, being chased down by the 101 of Neil Meelan. So I think Neil's now going to go up the inside. Ooh.
This is the thing, it always looks like there's room, and there never is. He's not hanging about. Has he done him round the outside? No, he's not.
Not quite.
I'm really impressed with Neil Meelan. I will hang me out on the fact that I crashed trying to pass him at Mete last year, and the fact that he's running at the front of this B group makes me feel obviously better than I really am, and he's getting a run down the inside. No, he's not. Craig Forshaw is a good rider, and for Meelan to be here where he is, it shows the level of improvement that he's had every time he's got on the bike, and to be here at the front of this B group, we've got Craig there in 3rd, the Bathmate KTM of James Wood there in 4th as they go up the Bathmate step.
So Neil, all 4 of our front runners there. Oh, he saved that.
Was that a change for the lead? He did.
Just.
That rear end nearly came right round there on the number 58 of Forshaw as they were just on that bit of flat. And he did so well to hang on to that. The 3rd place man, Craig, closing in. Then it's Wood, then it's Norbury and Reynolds. So Paul Reynolds makes a good start. He's up to 6th. Slater 7th. Scott Wright 8th. The 59 of Dan Billerman, novice championship winner. He's there in 9th. And then Tom Elam, the 174, in 10th. Burgess came across the line 15th last time. I'm expecting him to be higher up than that. But our new race leader, the 101, Neil Meelan, through turn 3. And we've got Craig is closing in. He is. Forshaw as well.
Craig there putting the pressure on, and it looks like Blake Wilson there. Was that him in 5th? Or am I mistaken?
I think Wilson's a bit fit. Mike Norbury there in 5th. So, say the road racer, he's closing in at rate on the number 26. He's found his way past Paul Reynolds, and he's now closing in on the back of the 82 of James Wood. And another man on fresh machinery this year and just finding his way on that new bike. See the dust down the back straight, not ideal. It doesn't actually look quite that bad when you're on the bike, but the breeze keeping it off the blowing it off the off-road for us quite nicely. But Meelan's got a nice little gap at the front now. He's not under pressure.
He has, but he's not currently got the fastest lap. That goes to the number 8 of Blake Wilson, who I have got on here on our timing screen, last crossed the line in 8th place.
Oh, and there's Forshaw. He's bounced it down the tabletop. And the man on the Automotive Solutions Honda puts it into the scenery. Front mudguard and a few other bits. He just bounced it on the landing, and he did exactly what Slater did. Just came up a bit short, had a bit of a bounce, and he's down and out. So all of a sudden, it's Craig up to 2nd. Wood there in 3rd. Now, I wouldn't want to throw... I wouldn't want to put money on who's going to come out on top of this battle. And because Woody's a good rider. Here we go, the Bathmate replay then. Let's watch Forshaw. He's bounced off the top already, lands on the jump, and he's already just picking his spot in the undergrowth as the front end washes out on the 58. Nothing that he could do there, really. And I think that's as a case of not getting the drive over the tabletop.
Yep. I think it shows just how dusty and tricky these conditions are in that off-road today. But again, it looks like Mike Norbury there trying to see if there's a way around the inside of James Wood on board that Bathmate machine. He's right there next to him with that road race style, feet on the pegs, knee out, as they make their way down this long straight. He looks like he's going to try to go to the inside.
Yeah, you're going to have to get up here to get past Woody on the brakes. He is really, really good down that end of the circuit, and that bike looking really planted. That new Bathmate colour scheme, the black and not the hologram purple and blue, really does look nice. And he's enjoying riding that bike, but he's lost the toe on Michael Craig. That gap obviously closes up a little bit in the dirt, but Norbury actually one of the few riders that's taking that outside line. Everybody's bouncing down there. It looks to me like this outside, and Norbury has gone outside inside there. I think that's the favoured line, you know. It'll be interesting to see in the A group how many of them make that switch.
Yeah, and you can see he has kept that gap nice and close to James Wood there. Oh, that's Forshaw down again, I believe, there.
Yeah, he's maybe got a braking issue then, something not quite right with that bike. He comes across the line, a lap down now, so he's going to have to start from the back of the grid. That's going to make his day rather harder than it should have been. He was looking at making his way into the A group, and now he's staring down the barrel of a back road start in race 2. But Milan then 2 seconds at the front of this one. That's a really good ride. He's got away. He's made a decent gap. He's not under pressure. Although Craig does suddenly look like that, does not look like 2 seconds.
I will also say the man on the move is definitely still Blake Wilson there. You can see with that knee down style.
The youngster then, I think he's only about 14 years old, or 14 or 15 at the most. Another one of them pesky kids that's come up off an 85 that we see go through the ranks here at the British Supermoto as Norbury makes his way down the inside of Woody this time. Yes, He has got it done. He'll move him out of the way. And here's Wilson in the background. So this is going to be a 3-rider battle. I'm not expecting Wilson to be faster than them through the off-road, but he's certainly got the tarmac speed. I'm not saying he weighs as much as an empty cigarette, so he has definitely got a speed advantage with that, but also he's got the disadvantage of he's a little guy to be throwing that big bike around. He's gone outside in the dirt, so he's not following. No attempt to clear the tabletop, and I think this is the difference. The guys who are deliberately going on not doing that are fine. It's where they have a go at it and come up short. Look, we saw Slates do on the warm-up lap, and we also saw Craig Forshaw do. That's when it gets a little bit smelly, but he's closing in on this battle. There's Milan and Craig, and I think the gap is just concertina depending on how the speed is. He's certainly not under pressure as they come across the start-finish line. It's come down half a second on that lap. So Norbury's got 3 laps to try and reel these boys in. He's going to need to show his tarmac prowess to get onto the back of Michael Craig, and he is not an easy man to pass, I can attest to. Looking further down the leaderboard, Dan Billerman on the 59. He's our novice champion. He's up to 6th. Made the A group last week at Three Sisters, and he's a man that's come off the mini bike. As we can see, Wilson has indeed passed Woody there on that lap.
I could see that come in with his tarmac skill there, making his way round. And Norbury there still trying to chase down the 167 of Michael Craig. Looks like the gap between Milan and Craig at the front staying relatively the same on that lap. Craig not able to either show a wheel or put much pressure on there for Milan. As we make the way through the off-road, we will have to consider they might start coming up on back markers in the next couple of laps as we come to the tail of this race.
I think they might be all right, because obviously the time splits on these. The guys who were just fast enough to be off back into the seas, I wouldn't expect that they would go a lap down to these guys. Let's have a quick look there now. Further down the field, Luke Armitage and Ollie Sims there in 13th and 14th. They've not had the best of races. But yeah, Woody there still in 4th. But we'll look at the gaps as they come across the line, as we look at our race leader, Neil Meelan, on the 101, and I think that gap has gone out. I'm saying that's going to be at least 2.5 seconds as they come across the line. And it is now the battle between Norbury, Craig, and the very, very fast approaching Blake Wilson in the background that we need to keep our eyes on for this next couple of laps, because this is where the battle for second place and elevation to our A class is going to be. Wilson up the inside of Norbury. So these are both decent road races, but Norbury a man with Isle of Man and Max Grand Prix experience. Ooh. Wilson down the inside, but Norbury drops it across the front. Is he going to have the speed down the back straight? They're both onto the back of Michael Craig as we watch Milan away at the front. There goes Wilson.
I think Wilson's now going to try look up the inside. Three abreast.
It looked 3 abreast from the back, but it's not. Michael Craig just sitting there on his Sunday ride out, which is now on a Saturday. As Wilson tries to ride around the outside, he's going to put the bike where it doesn't want to be, and the 26 shuts the door firmly in his face and takes the outside line. He's not jumping up the Bathmate step. If he was jumping up the Bathmate step, that's a pass, definitely. And here he goes round the outside. I just don't think he's got the speed. Craig will have a better run round the outside than he'll get round the inside. I think he'll get out the corner better, and indeed he does. But that is he's doing the thing. He's not following. He's going up the inside. Craig's going to drop across the front of him, give him elbows. No,
he's squeezed away through, and so is Blake Wilson. He's
trying
as
well.
The
marbles. Craig's going to have to go down and defend big time here. So that was a great pass from Norbury. Things you thought you'd never say, a pass from Mike Norbury in the dirt, and that's no disrespect to him, but more of a thing. His road race skills are the thing that he's known for, but he properly went for that then, and Wilson's going to have a bit of it as well. He's round the outside. Craig's going to show him the outside of the track, but he can't. So the youngsters round into third.
And let's not forget, so Meelan and Norbury, if the positions stay as they are, will be progressing to our A group for race 2. But Blake Wilson is trying to find a way past the 26 of Mike Norbury there. Both of them, as you say, with their tarmac prowess.
Oh, he's done him. He went wide, and Wilson took a real wide run into that second turn. Norbury defended for something that wasn't there, and Wilson just rode a perfect line round the outside, kept all of his corner speed, and just dropped it across the front of Norbury in turn 3. That was a fantastic pass, that was, from the youngster. Norbury defended, and Wilson just went the fastest way, getting the weight on the back. He's already on the back of Neil Meelan. I just hope he don't get giddy and throw it at the floor in the dust on this final lap. But that was a proper move from the youngster on the number 67, Blake Wilson. His dad will be pleased with that as they come up the hill for the final time in this Race IQ B Group race. Wilson will know that he doesn't need to do anything daft here.
But he's all over the back of Meelan there. Absolutely great.
He can't be looking at a pass. He needs to be making sure he doesn't chuck it on the floor, and he's not. And that is a cracking ride from Blake Wilson to come from well outside the top 5 to take a very, very good second to Neil Meelan. He's pleased with that. Nobody's going to be annoyed. But looks like Craig ended up 4th. No, he didn't. Dan Billam ended up 4th. So Billam was another man on the move. Craig ends up 5th. And Wood ends up 6th. But that was a cracking race. Good to see Slates across the road. Jason Slater on the Trips KTM in 7th. Reynolds 8th. Pennington from pole on 9th on a bike that he'd never sat on until about 5 minutes before the start. And Elam in 10th. Burgess only got up to 12th. So he's got his work cut out for him for the rest of this day. But a cracking second race then, Danielle. There's Shady coming across the line. He'll be ready for a bit of an arm rub, no doubt, after not having ridden the Supermoto bike for about 4 years.
Yeah, there's Jamie Rigg coming across the line, arms off the bars. I'm assuming their arms will be hanging off after that one. So that was 8 laps for our Race IQ B Group Race 1. As we now are starting to get ready for our Trips UK A Group.
So race results then from British Supermoto Race IQ B Group. It was a great win then for the 101 of Neil Meelan, and I think that will that be his first A Group start? Almost certainly. Second for Blake Wilson, and again it might be his first A Group start as well. A good third for Mike Norbury, who'll feel that he got robbed at the end, and a great 4th for Dan Billam. He will get a front row start in race 2, and he'll do well from that.
Then in 5th we had the 167 of Michael Craig, just losing out on those last few laps. In 6th we've got the 82 of James Wood. 7th Jason Slater, good comeback after that little topple in the off-road. And in 8th we had Paul Reynolds.
9th place then the 666 of Darryl Pennington, and 10th place the 174 of Tom Elam. 11th for Luke Armitage on the 145. 12th Simon Burgess. So here we have our A Group riders then in the holding area. There is the 217. Richard Sharp with our onboard camera on the front of that Trips KTM. The 155 of Chris Walker there. 100 of Alex Mullaney, a man who feeling the love again this season. The 54 Richard Blakeman. Number 9 of Brad Hardy. He had a decent... So Andy Mitchell, also a man in form at the moment as the rest of the grid start to come out onto the circuit.
And there is the 108 of Dean Hillier there, just getting his goggles prepped. We've got Prof there on board that Trips UK KTM. So Chris Lambourne rounding out this group in 18th. So he'll be starting from the very back row of this grid.
And here is the grid. It is a pole position then for the number 74, the TM Leeds UK team rider Chris Hodgson. On pole from the Automotive Solutions Husky of Alex Mullaney, with the Trips.UK KTM Richard Sharp in 3rd, and the Fat and Fast KTM of Jamie Duncan in 4th.
Then on row 2 we've got the Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman alongside Trips UK team boss Chris Walker, with the high-tech coatings Husqvarna of Lee Williams in 7th, and the Bathmate rider of Andy Mitchell in 8th.
Trips KTM Harley Sharp there, he's there in 9th. The Fat and Fast KTM of Ollie Holmes in 10th. Number 11, Chris Eastwood on the KTM, he's there in 11th, with number 9 Brad Hardy in 12th.
Then row 4, we have a great ride from Kyle Eccleston in qualifying there in 13th, alongside the Goon Squad rider of Dean Hillier there in 14th. Another Trips UK rider of Paul Groom in 15th, and then we have the 24 of Paul Baxter in 16th.
And rounding out row 5 then, we've got the 17th of Jake Sayer, the 311 of Jake Sayer in 17th, and the 211 of Chris Lambourne in 18th. Good to see Sayer and Paulie Baxter making the A group from qualifying. Here is our podium then from our opening B group race, and there is Neil Meelan. He's a man that he's definitely getting better every time he gets on the bike. He's taken a well-deserved win then from the youngster there, Blake Wilson, on the 67, and the 26 of Mike Norbury, who will be starting from pole position in race 2, and he will hope to convert that into an A group qualification. But there's Neil Meelan, good looking lad, look at him. And that was a good ride from him, and great to see the improvement with him making his way into the A group, as the A group then making their way. Our Trips.UK main British champion, there's Blake Wilson. I've got t-shirts older than him. And his dad, and again they're working their way, they're doing the road racing and the mini bike thing and all the rest of them. There's quite a few people in this paddock car.
Yeah, Blake Wilson also running the Continental tyres this weekend as well, so showing that they've also got some good standings there, able to make their way into the A group on board that Husqvarna, so he's looking at getting used to those. But our next race is the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship A group.
And as we look at the little bit of cloud coming across, it's not going to do any harm. That's the DCR. I think that's maybe a husky of the 110 of Chris Eastwood. As we come under, no, it's too hard to tell, isn't it? Right, under starters orders then. Here they go. They blast away down to turn 1, and it looks like it's going to be Hodgie from the 100 as they go into South Bank, and knee down style from Mulaney round the outside. They're going to come down into turn 1, and is Mulaney going to have a run down the inside? He's looking. Oh, that's tight. He's going to put. Oh, he lost the rear. Is he going to get across the front? No. Hodges made him work for that, and he holds on to the lead as they come onto the back straight for the first time. So the 74 of Chris Hodgson from the 100 Automotive Solutions KTM of Alex Mulaney, and it looks like Chris Walker up there on the 155 in third, with teammate Richard Sharp in fourth.
Yeah, Chris Hodgson there really controlled the start of that race. If you notice, he went from the inside and went really wide as he set off there, which pushed everyone else on the outside rows to have to go even wider, which I think was at most detriment there to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who had a little bit there on the start. It allowed Chris Walker there to dive up the inside.
So Hodgie then up the hill for the first time, and he's already starting to eke a little bit of a gap, not much, as we look at him through the what will be the first lap dust. It looks like Sharpie's managed to find his way up into second position as they come across the line, and it is Richard Sharp on the Trips.UK KTM as we go on board. With
our Race IQ on board there, I believe that will be on the 217 of Richard Sharp.
Yeah, it is on Sharpie's bike. We saw that in the holding area, and I was down there while Simon was trying to get that on the bike. But Hodgie then already 1.6 at the end of the first lap. Has Mulaney got anything? Oh, he's right out there on the grass. But grass bit him.
Yeah.
That grass bit him quite badly last year.
It did.
Going the other way round. But he's enjoying riding knee down. He's doing a bit of road racing, and to be fair, doing pretty well as well. So he's finding his feet in that, and it's helping him for his Supermoto. There's Sharpie. Looks like it's Lee Williams up there into fourth now on the High-Tech Coatings Husky. So Willow, after jumping off at Three Sisters over at Coward Summit the last round, he's up there in fourth, and Walker fifth, Blakeman sixth, Jamie Duncan seventh, and Andy Mitchell in eighth on the Bathmate KTM. That is your top 8. Mulaney then, you can see this off-road section, how loose and dusty it is.
Yeah, interesting to see though, most of those top riders there taking that inside to outside line. We thought that they might
big moment,
try
sorry for cutting across you there, Danielle. A massive moment for Richard Sharp at the top of the off-road. Took the front almost. And here we are on board with the 217 as he comes onto the start-finish straight. Carry on.
Yeah, just saying that So Alex Mullaney here through this tarmac section. You can see that bike squirming around underneath him. I think that's Kyle Eccleston down there in the off-road on board that Bathmate machine.
Yeah, Kyle just looks like he's took the front there in that bottom dirt section, as we see. Go back to Mullaney, then knee down style. So a second a lap it is from Hodgie this time. But Mullaney is looking comfortable, and like I say, he just said to me, just need to get 3 consistent races in. I'm not going to worry about anybody else. I'm just going to do what I can do, and it will be what it will be. And I think that's maybe he felt a bit of pressure last year, but he's doing his own thing this year, and with the right people in his corner for him. As we look at Willow, he's up there in 4th. Looks like, I think Blakeman had managed to find his way past Chris Walker as well. So we'll just have a look at that in the next shot. But a big moment for Richard Sharp at the top of the off-road there. He was right on the back, or close to being on the back. It looked like he jumped out of gear a little bit there. He's getting a little bit squirrely, but it looked like he was just starting to close in on Mullaney as they came up here. Then he landed off this jumped a little bit far, and then all of a sudden found himself with a locked front wheel running out into the real wide dirt on the outside. A lot better this time.
Yeah, and it's so loose when you get offline in that off-road. If you think about all this dust that's being kicked up, as soon as you hit it, it's like trying to ride through flour. There's absolutely no confidence in that it feels like your front wheel's just going to go. Incredibly tricky conditions to be riding in that off-road.
So Sharpie doing Sharpie things, then backing it into what is turn 2 on the normal lap with that broken tarmac in there. Really difficult. He's holding sway. It's 2 and a bit seconds. It will be interesting to see if he can get it down from there. Willow then coming into sight. He's another few seconds behind, and it is a battle then with Willow and Blakeman. If we can stay on that battle in the background as we watch Richard Sharp.
Yeah, there he goes, the fat and fast rider there, all over the back of the high-tech coating Husqvarna of the 94 of Lee Williams as they make their way round this hairpin through Skid Row.
So Blakeman's a man on the move, and he's closed down. It'd be fair to say that these two have banged bars more than once. As Willow does make a nice job of that. We've also got Chris Walker there still in the background, and Jamie Duncan, the man who you said was finding the off-road a little bit difficult with his injuries. He's there, next rider along in 7th, with Andy Mitchell in 8th. Brad Hardy in 9th, a good ride for him, a man coming back from a layoff back in the sport this year, so he's inside the top 10. And then the Scotsman Chris Eastwood on the 110. Dave Clark Husky, he's there in rounding out the top 10. But this battle then, Blakeman, always good value for a pass down into this turn. Saw him move Jake Smith out of the way there a couple of times. As Willow looking like he just pulling a tear off or something, or a bit of an issue.
I wondered then.
Yeah. So here we go. Blakeman's going to try and dive up the inside into South Bank, and he does so. So whatever issue Willow has got, it's allowing Blakeman the opportunity to slide up the inside. And then, is he going to get across? No, you're going to have to get up early in the morning to put a move on Blakeman down there. And Duncan and Walker still not out of this one yet.
Yeah, Duncan there trying to find a way past. You can see Richard Blakeman, that very typical style for him, trying to get all that weight over the back end. But Alex Mullaney has been down, so we saw him there remount. So he must have had a spill off there around that hairpin at the end of our long straight. So that's now closed the gap back to Richard Blakeman right down. So that will definitely be giving the 74 of Chris Hodgson plenty of breathing space out front. But now it's the 54 chasing down the number 100 of Alex Mullaney as they come through the off-road.
So what that will mean is that Richard Sharp is elevated to second, and we've seen him have some great rides, and obviously we've been in a situation where he's been in the up there ready for the overall win on the day. So starting with a second is definitely going to help him out with that. Looks like Mullaney has only lost one position as he's there in front of Richard Blakeman, and it doesn't look like he's got any trouble with the bike or anything, so he should be able to hold that one. Oh, and Duncan all over the back of Chris Walker as well.
Yeah, Duncan now will be trying to find a way past the Trips UK team boss there of Chris Walker as they come round South Bank. He'll be now looking for a move up the inside, but I don't think he was close enough there on that lap. Oh, he's all over the back of him, not able to find a way through. And that gap to Alex Malini opening up now as they come round, heading back towards that hairpin at the end of the straight.
JD looking down the inside of Chris Walker, but not managing to find his way through. And again, Walker, another man, and let's be honest, not most of this paddock has done, because look up the inside. Oh. Chris knew he was coming. Another rider, been doing this sport a long time, took a decent left break as well, but he's come back and been a top performer, currently lying third in the championship, let's not forget. So absolutely and you can see why these riders are the elite riders. They've got these dirt sections, not an inch too far, an inch too short, absolutely perfect. And obviously if that's not a cue for somebody to throw it on the ground, I don't know what is. But in the onboard shot then again with our second place man as he comes across the line, really difficult to understand how fast this is through this left and right hand kink at the end of what is the front straight. But this is still pretty tight, you know. I mean, it's 7 seconds to Chris Hodgson away at the front, but then we've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are all kind of within a couple of seconds of each other on track.
It's worth also mentioning Chris Hodgson has obviously found some more speed from qualifying, so he's now brought his best lap time down to a 1:27.4. He settled into a comfortable 1:30 on his last lap. You'll know he had no pressure on him there, but he did manage a 1:27, so track conditions are improving as we make our way through today's race order.
Yeah, nothing that Duncan can do at the end of the back straight. That MTR KTM of Chris Walker's an absolute rocket ship. Not that Jamie Duncan's bike isn't fast, but he's tried to get down the inside. That's contact there, and Walker goes down. Well, there was definitely not a move on there for Jamie Duncan. He's forced the issue. He tried it the lap before and didn't get away with it, and he's given Chris Walker a nudge that's pushed him wide into the marbles. So the man who was been struggling with injury, he's just trying to make room where there wasn't any, and he's just pushed Walker off, and hopefully Chris will get back up. I would imagine that there will be a little bit of payback for that should the opportunity arise.
Yeah, and the gap back to Andy Mitchell was about 8 seconds on that lap, so hopefully Chris Walker's able to rejoin and only have lost the one place. But we've got a Bathmate replay of that one.
Don't get me wrong, it was a good move from Duncan, but the room just wasn't there. He committed to the pass, and as the lap before, Walker was doing everything that he could to try and stop that happening. Wasn't really on, but at the point that you've committed, you're not going to get out of it without contact. And
no, I wouldn't say it was aggressive contact there from Jamie Duncan. It wasn't a barge him out of the way. The actual tip-off was more caused by him having to go, like you say, onto those loose marbles.
That's right. So while Chris won't be happy with that, I think that he knew it was coming and he was doing his best. But JD had made the commitment, and the Scotsman there just doing what he needed to do to try and make a pass at his Willow. You see he's gone wide there, he's left loads of room. If there had been anybody on the inside of him, you can scoot up the inside and park. But when there's so few passing opportunities at this Teesside track and everybody's as quick as they are, you've got to make these opportunities count. You've got to make a chance where there isn't one, else you're just going to end up following people.
Absolutely, and I think watching Richard Blakeman there go through the off-road, we haven't seen Alex Malini pull away like we thought he might. But there is Rich Sharp there in second, so he's technically having quite a lonely ride out there now, with Hodgson out in front with a 6.1 second lead, and then it's about another 8 seconds back to Alex Malini. So he's just managing this race. He's come up on a back mark there of Kyle Eccleston after his little tip off in the off-road, but like I say, the Trips UK rider managing this race steady away.
Well, has Sharpie had a bit of a problem, because all of a sudden the gap to Malini is next to nothing. So I think that Richard Sharp has had a tip-off. When you said it was like a 6 or 7 second gap, I wasn't doubting you, but I'm like, well, he doesn't look like that. I reckon Sharpie's had a bit of a tip-off somewhere. There's something gone on. But here is our race leader then. And the man, the 17-time champion, looking to retain or retake his crown back from the absent Jay Smith this year. Jay just running a partial programme. And Chris just hopping that TM Leeds UK bike perfectly down over the tabletop on the gas up the hill. And again, this is one of the places where you just don't want to be overriding. Just pops over that jump down the hill. And again, this is the really tight last but one corner. Should be the last lap flag at this time by. Indeed it is.
I know we always say smooth is fast, but I think Chris is really the epitome of that. He doesn't look like he's overriding that bike at all. He's really just comfortable, putting the laps in and just sort of ticking them off as he goes.
So Sharpie across the road, across the line second, Mulaney third, Blakeman fourth, Willow fifth, sixth place Jamie Duncan, and then seventh place was Chris Walker, though he's a long way adrift. There comes the 42 of Oliver Holmes. He's had a decent run because he was virtually at the back. Oh, Chris Eastwood's had a problem. He's looked over, that bike's just, for whatever reason, whether he's out of fuel or something. The rest of the riders coming across the line. There's Brad Hardy and Paul Groom.
I'm going to assume that yellow flag there is out for Chris Eastwood, but here is our race leader, the 74 of Chris Hodgson, making his way through the off-road for the final time of this Trips UK A Group Race 1. See him come down here, again, those really tricky marbles, and I think this just goes to show how big the gap is there now to Sharpie, and then Alex Mulaney.
He's backed it off a lot on that final lap, but he'll take what is a comfortable victory. Alex Mulaney had a bit of a pop on the opening lap, but didn't manage to do anything. But he'll come across the line a decent third, and he'll think that that's maybe the one that's got away. As Danielle pops off to do our interviews with our top three. Lee Williams comes across the line then on the high-tech coatings Husqvarna. And then it's going to be Chris Walker and Andy Mitchell. That's I think that's Kyle Eccleston. He went down, so he'll be starting from the back row of the grid in the next one. But good to see him make it up into the A group. Oliver Holmes, number 42, on the Fat and Fast KTM, the third of those team riders. Go back to the off-road section. So that is our of the Bathmate step. Then the 9 of Ches Brad Hardy, 138 of Paul Groom. And then here comes the 108, the Crescent Yamaha of Dean Hillier. The 217 of Harley Sharp on the Trips.uk KTM. But there is our race leader then. The race winner, Chris Hodgson, and he will be down in the holding area. Our official results then of our Trips.uk British Supermoto A Race 1, a win for the TM Leeds UK rider Chris Hodgson, with a comfortable win in the end from the 217 Trips.uk KTM of Richard Sharp. A recovery ride then and a good third place still for the number 100 Automotive Solutions KTM of Alex Mulaney, with a Fat and Fast KTM number 54 Richard Blakeman in fourth. Jamie Duncan fifth then, teammate on the number 7. Sixth place number 94 Lee Williams on the high-tech coatings KTM. Seventh in the end after that little bit of an altercation with Jamie Duncan was Chris Walker. Eighth, a good finish then for the 61, the veteran Andy Mitchell on the Bathmate KTM. Ninth, the Fat and Fast KTM of the 42 of Ollie Holmes, and 10th place Brad Hardy, and then 11th Paul Groom, 12th Dean Hillier, 13th Harley Sharp, 14th Jake Sayer, 15th Chris Eastwood, and 16th Chris Lambourne. Oh, I think that's possibly, well, if it's a we'll call it a fuel miscalculation from Chris Eastwood, and whilst that may be a little embarrassing, it might be something that at least has a simple solution. But hopefully they can do whatever they need to do to get that DCR bike back up and running. As we will just waiting then for our interviews with Danielle and our top three. As soon as they come, if you look in the background there, you can see the Ironworks motocross track in the background. Here is Danielle in the pit lane with third place, Alex Mulaney.
So we're here with Alex Mulaney. You finished third in that race. You did have a little bit of a tip-off, so it wasn't all plain sailing, but you're looking really good out there. How are you finding it?
You know, it's quite hard work out there with that dirt and everything in the dust down the straight, but I'm happy with P3, it's alright. It's a shame about the crash, it is what it is at the end of the day, and it's a racing, so yeah, I couldn't be any happier really. It's a nice way to start the weekend, and massive well done to these guys as well. It's great being up there battling with them. You know, I didn't really expect it coming into the weekend, but we've changed style, I'm now doing knee down. So yeah, hopefully I can get another 2 podiums and get an overall. Maybe a win, pushing it, you never know. Yeah, thanks to everyone else around me, Phil and everyone who's involved. So, thank you.
No, really looking good out there, and you can tell that knee-down style suiting you on a lot of the tarmac that we've got through here. Off-road's catching everyone out, so I think that's just something that everyone's struggling with at the moment.
Yeah, just it's technical, dusty, and it's all loose in it, so you're going to get that. But no, buzzing with that. Hopefully the same again.
Well done. And we'll grab a quick word with our Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp. So you settled in there to a quite lonely second place, but great points for the championship in both the overall Trips UK championship and the over 45 championship.
No, I'm happy with second. Like I say, Chris is flying at the minute, like, so he's hard to keep up with. Alex rode well then. Like I say, we're gapping me to start with, but obviously fell off, so capitalised on that. But yeah, happy with second. Need a few little changes, try and get a little bit closer to Chris than Alex, but yeah, try that for next one.
Yeah, we can definitely see your riding style is very different to theirs as well. They're both feet on pegs, trying to do that bit of knee out. You're very much traditional Supermoto, backing it in everywhere.
Well, that's the new style now, and it feet on pegs. That's what we're all doing abroad, so everybody's trying to copy that. So I'm still very old school, but I'm trying to feet on pegs, but I just feel comfy, old school.
Completely understand that. And a quick word with our race winner, Chris Hodgson, on board that TM. I'll just squeeze in here. Great race there, led it from start to finish. Saw you sent everyone a little bit wider there into turn one off the start.
Yeah, I mean, part of the game, innit? But no, I enjoyed that race. Kind of went to plan, got out there, got a good gap. And then just kind of like chilled out. It helped me out with Alex going down. Alex was running a good pace, and yeah, I could just look back on the switchback corners, gauge my gap from Sharpie, and just count down the laps, really.
Yeah, we saw you settled into it, and I think it's fair to say it'll just be same again for race 2 for you.
Yeah, hopefully I can just get away again and more of the same.
Well, I'll go back to Phil now as we get ready for Academy Race 1 to head out on track.
So here we are then, and already we have our Academy. Not a big grid, but still good quality riders here. The number 5 there on pole. Supermoto Academy, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build, find their way down into first turn, and it is the number 41 of Edward Darnton who leads them into turn 1 on that number 41 Gas with the number 5 of Archie Reynolds there in second. He was unbelievably fast in the off-road. A good third then for the number 6 of that is young Clark, I think that is Tyler Clark, and then we look for fourth place rider is, I can't quite tell who that is as they come across there, but yeah, a small but very, very competitive field here in this Academy class.
In fourth there, that is the returning rider of Jackson Bennett on board that KTM, I believe.
Okay, so Jackson then, he's somebody that we're expecting to be a local man, and he's there, I think he's there in fifth at the moment, but they make their way up the Bathmate step for the first time in this FF Solutions Design and Build Supermoto Academy Race 1. And so, like I say, I said to you this morning, who do you think the fastest in the off-road downhill is? And you went through a list of about 5 names. And I said, no, it's Archie Reynolds. He's absolutely has it pinned. Down this next downhill, the speed that he and the way that the bike sounded, everybody else is just feathering it. He's absolutely pinned down here. Hopefully that all the stones on the track don't catch him out, but he's so fast into that corner. Ed Darnton on the DCR Gas needs to keep his wits about him as they come across the line at the end of lap 1. So full off-road for these guys as well. So Darnton then, a man who rides knee down, up off the 65 last year, and he's definitely a man that's starting to have a bit of a growth spurt, as we tend to see with these 85 riders, and he is really starting to click away at the front. Jackson Bennett came across the line, he's there in third with Max Rhodes in fourth and Tyler Clark fifth.
Reynolds there looking really settled on board. I believe that's now a KTM 85 he's on there, that Automotive Solutions bike. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch that, like you say, that DCR Gas as they head down. It looks like we do have a battle there for third between the 79 of Jackson Bennett and the 58 of Max Rhodes.
Max Rhodes has been a bit of a revelation for me this year. He's always been a decent rider, but he's been a guy who's a little bit under the radar. But he was very good at the opening round at Three Sisters, and as a result of that, he got a level of confidence. He had a really good Saturday there. He had a good Sunday, and he's brought that form here with on that number 58.
Another rider to see having a good day is that number 6 of Tyler Clark. So I think another rider that's gained some confidence over the winter, and seeing him pushing up there with our front runners is good to see on board that Husqvarna there.
I would definitely say that. Tyler Clark, probably one of the most improved riders in this class from last year on the first 2 rounds opening from the showing that we've seen. Not a rider that you would expect to be up there in the top 5, and certainly as close to these two guys based on what we saw from him last season. But he's obviously put the work in. Bennett slides the rear end round and stalls that KTM, so that will move Clark back up to 4th position. So yeah, Tyler Clark, good. He's a man that's very much in the same way as Max Rhodes. All of a sudden he's found his feet in this class, and I think Clark is a little bit younger than Max, so and they're still running decent lap times as well. Although Darnton away at the front then by 2.5 seconds from Archie Reynolds. But this is the battle for third, and young Clark then riding knee down.
Yeah, watching his riding style, you can definitely see he looks a hell of a lot more comfortable out there than he did last year. And it looks like he's even trying to have a look down the inside there on the 58 of Max Rhodes. So great riding there from him. The gap back to Jackson Bennett has opened up a little bit there of about 1.9 seconds. So he'll be trying to close that back in.
Jackson Bennett, a local man to this circuit, so I'm expecting he knows his way around here, just like his dad Peter, who's not with us at the moment in the British Supermoto Championship due to an injury. So I've not seen him out there in the opening 2 rounds, but hopefully he'll be back. A man who's found his way onto the podium a number of times, and his son Jackson then certainly a guy that we would expect to see in the battle for what is this 3rd position, if you can get himself back onto the back of it. They come up the Bathmate step. I don't think any of these guys on these 85s are making that leap up there. It's a big commitment on these small wheels, and it's not just a case of making the jump, it's also a case of managing to stop and make the turn. But it does look like Max Rhodes has just started to break away slightly from Dean Clark, as we can see that Jackson Bennett is also closing in after that stall in this turn on the last lap.
Yeah, Jackson there showing his off-road prowess there. A little bit taller as well than last year. Like you say, they do all have growth spurts, which means it'll probably be a little bit easier for him to now start throwing this 85 around a little bit more through the off-road. And he has closed that gap right down on Tyler Clark on that number 6 Husqvarna. Not close enough to be able to show a wheel, but that is giving the 58 of Max Rhodes a little bit of breathing space now as they head round South Bank. So Max now out of shot as they head round there.
Yeah, you can see Max Rhodes has checked out. He's got that 3rd all to himself. It wasn't many laps ago that we were looking at Clark trying to put a move in on the inside, but Rhodes has eased away in a comfortable 3rd. It's still the DCR gas of Edward Darnton that leads them as down the far end of the circuit there, down round behind the back of the trees and down into the hairpin at the far end. But this is the battle on track at the minute, and whether Bennett's got enough to find his way back past Tyler Clark and put a challenge in on Max Rhodes with 4 laps to go. Yeah, I'm blown away by how much Tyler Clark has come on. I think I remember I must have commentated on what was his first race, and he was just out there, like a lot of in the academy class are to start with. They're just around there tickling around and enjoying themselves. And as the number 444, that is
Alfie Wright.
That's Alfie. That's Duncan's lad, I believe. I think this is his first time we've seen him in the academy class on that gas.
Yeah, I think he's been doing a little bit up in our Scottish Supermoto Championship, so finding his feet up there. Again, another circuit with some fairly challenging off-road that can settle in very much like this one here at Teesside and be quite dusty, so it won't be entirely new for him. But again, finding his feet in this academy class.
Yeah, and this is how it starts. They'll come and they'll just have a ride around, enjoy doing their laps. And the next race they'll come and they'll be a bit faster, and then before you know where you are, you're where Tyler Clark is, and all of a sudden you're properly in the race. And this is what we like to see. And if you're out there with it doesn't even have to be a state-of-the-art 85cc motocross bike. and a set of small wheels, you can come and have some fun here in the paddock at the British Supermoto Championship. And we are seeing, and this is one of the reasons why this class is such a success, we are seeing the likes of Blake Wilson, and Archie Ormrod, Ollie Sims, all of these guys moving up onto bigger bikes, going into road racing. It is a great grounding for these youngsters. And
I think two of the really big names from our academy class will be Alex Mullaney and Harley Sharp, both riders now battling in our A group. And like I say, we've just had a chat with Alex Mullaney there on board that 450 and racing with multiple times British champions, and again started here in our academy class.
Not that long ago either. There's the 183 of Jackson Nuttall. He's there. Just had a bit of an off in the off-road, and it's really easy on these small wheels with the stones. Once you get off vertical, and it's really, really difficult as Max Rhodes then comes and makes the pass. Our marshals then just helping Jackson Bennett back up. Jackson Nuttall back onto the circuit. But Clark he's not given this up at all. In fact, I think he's closed in a little bit on that last lap. He certainly looks like he's taken advantage of that rider in the middle of the circuit, and the fact that Jackson Bennett has not been able to put a pass on him in 2 laps that's telling you that he's certainly found some speed from somewhere. But 5 seconds across the line for Ed Darnton on the number 41 Gas as they went across the line with 2 to go. Archie Reynolds in chase on the Automotive Solutions KTM, but not able to close him down. It'll be interesting to see if you can get a start and make Darnton do the hard work and put a pass on him, how that will pan out in race 2. But we'll just have to wait for that to happen. But at this moment in time, it is this battle between the number 6 of Tyler Clark and the 79 of Jackson Bennett. And again, it just looks like Rhodes has just managed to ride away a little bit. But it seems like maybe these two are a little bit faster in the second part of the circuit. Bennett's going to go around the outside.
Yeah, it looks like Clark there went a little bit wide as he exited there, which gave Bennett the opportunity to try and position that KTM round the outside. Not able to make a pass, but you can see him here looking up the inside, and you can see just how much dust has been blown over onto that part of the track.
Exactly that, and but it's still not enough, and Bennett just didn't get a chance to show a wheel. Clark is absolutely ripping through Skid Row. Nice line through there, carries his speed onto the off-road.
It must be someone's not told him it's slippy down there.
Yes.
That'll be it.
Somebody's told him.
Must be.
Yeah. Well, that's not the slippiest part on the track, honest. But no, definitely impressed. And like I say, Jackson Bennett, although we've not seen him for a couple of races, he's a decent performer. I'm not sure whether that's a new bike underneath him, because normally it's in that black and gold colour that his team run. But I say, he is certainly somebody that's been in this championship for at least 3 years, and would be. I would expect him to be seeing him on a 250F at some point.
Yeah.
But last lap flag is out for our race leader, number 41 of Edward Darnton. But it's this battle for third. It's still all to play for, or a battle for fourth. Sorry, we've got Max Rhodes has got away to the tune of 3 seconds now, so he's there in the left-hander as these two are properly still going at it with this final lap. I think that Clark will be I've got this far, I'm not giving it up now, and obviously Bennett will be like, I'm not finishing 5th here, or a bit of a moment. Oh, yeah, the number 6 getting a bit excited there. He was there willing a little bit more speed out of the bike. But here is our race leader then. We've not shown him much on camera, but he's been away at the front. I wouldn't say at a canter, but he's certainly got the measure of Archie Reynolds on the at the front of this one. Almost 4 seconds the gap. And again, another guy that's after run the 65 last year, weird line into there, stays in the stones. But again, those big bike ruts can catch these little wheels out, so that's safe. You can't be doing much wrong because he's leading.
No.
And
found something that works for him, and he settled into it. So I think that's
nothing worse than trying something new late in a race to bite you on the backside. And he will take what is going to be, I won't say a comfortable win, but it's certainly a decent enough gap as he fires past one of our back markers, and look over the shoulder, and he will come across the line, a little bit of a wheelie, and he will take victory in our opening First Form Solutions design and build. Looks like Reynolds had a bit of a moment there in that last turn and lost a fair bit of time.
Oh, it looks like Jackson Bennett there in the background trying to get past some back markers. Rhodes there, quick glance over the shoulder, but it is... Oh, it's Bennett has found a way past the number 6 of Clark on that last lap.
He'll be gutted with that. That's that. I'm gutted for Tyler Clark, but look, you know, Bennett made a mistake and he was punished for it and he's managed to fight his way back, but that was a decent race. We look out the 4.55 of Josh Walker. Again, he's another guy that's on his... Some days he's a little bit tentative, but when he gets his head on, he can certainly open the throttle, and he's had a decent ride as well.
There's the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman there making his way through the off-road. Another rider that's come from more of a road race style background, so this off-road will be a steep learning curve for him.
We've been used to seeing him riding a mini bike, so he's not got that much off-road experience. So for seeing him moving forward onto a bike that is more of a traditional supermoto size thing, as we watch Josh Walker, the son of Chris, then championship sponsor here at the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship, and very much out there just for the enjoyment of it. Likes to be out there and get there on track, but certainly no pressure to be a race winner at this time in his racing career. And he comes across the line, and that will wrap up our first group of races here at Teesside. And our results then: it was a win for the 41 DCR Gas of Ed Darnton. With second place, the number 5 Archie Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions KTM, with Max Rhodes there in 4th, and third Jackson Bennett in 4th.
Then in 5th, it was a very well-deserved place for Tyler Clark there, along with the 6th for the 4.55 of Josh Walker. Then it was Ollie O'Gorman finishing in 7th, and Charlie Smith in 8th.
Cole Reynolds came across the line in 9th on the TM. This will be a track that he will struggle at with a lot of off-road, because he's still quite a small guy, and he will be doing the best that he can on that one, certainly on the tarmac. But that will brings up the end of our first group of races here at Teesside, and we will be back a little bit later on this afternoon with all of the action from our second group of races, as we look at the number 5 there of Archie Reynolds down there in pit lane, and his dad Paul taking in the sun. And we will take our break for lunch, and we will see you a little bit later on this afternoon.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. If it's over, make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. Yeah, serve it to the people, they need hope. Know the name, it's the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
Welcome back then to Teesside Autodrome here in the northeast of England. There is the 95 of John Oakes, the Bathmate team owner and sponsor of this series for a number of years, sitting there in the holding area waiting for the start of what will be the second race of our C Group, sponsored by Contract Solutions. It's a beautiful day here, we're enjoying the sunshine.
Just laughing at the amount of beard that's hanging out of Dan Spencer's helmet there.
Dan Spencer, the man, he has a beard like no other, and he was unlucky in that one. He got mugged off a little bit. It was Simon Bentley and Adrian Dealey that went up from race one. They will be on the back of the B group. But it's the C group then. There is the 164 of Simon Jones from the Cracked Up Racing. He didn't have a particularly good race, started I think third or fourth on the grid, and obviously had a bit of a moment. Tommy Sayer there on the 16.
Yeah, the few riders in that one had a bit of a tricky race and it did mix them up a bit. There is number 6 of Tyler Clark. We saw him in our academy race earlier, going really well. He's out there, like you say, doing double duty in our C group as well. There again, the other Cranking Racing rider, Rick Owen.
He makes his way through. They're out in the holding area, so I say we've had beautiful weather all week up here in the northeast of England, and as a result the track is absolutely bone dry. The off-road is very dry. We've watered between races, so while we had our lunch break and got everything sorted on, as we look at the back of the 159.
That is Jason Laycock there in those really bright Bathmate leathers. So he is starting 16th for this race, I believe.
Yeah, so a rider that's first full season. He did a couple of races with us last year, and I believe he is Kyle Eccleston's brother-in-law off the top of my head. But obviously, riders get the wave through then, and
oh, nice wheelie there. Not really sure who that was.
that's definitely going to be one of the Cranked Up Racing guys. But here is our starting grid then for British Supermoto Group C, brought to you by Contract Solutions. It is going to be pole position then for the 236 of Dan Spencer from the 303 of Sean Rogerson. He had a good ride and he came through to finish fourth in that first one from the 150 of Liam Pearson, who had a bit of a moment and was looking like he might go up, and the number 4 of Rick Owen.
Row 2, we've got Bath 18 boss, the 95 of John Oakes. Alongside him, Edward Darnton, another rider out there doing double duty on board his Gas 85. Then Ian Rogerson and Max Feeney.
Row 3 then, the 79 of Jackson Bennett, the 38 of Dean Smith. He led the first one until he had a bit of a moment. The 164 of Sean Jones and the number 19 of Tom Nutter.
Then row 4, we have Max Rhodes, Lewis Cowper, Tommy Sayer and Jason Laycock.
And row 5, Tyler Clark, Michael Whittam, Eddie Rushforth and Steve Smith.
So I think the riders to look out in this race will be that 38 of Dean Smith. Like you say, he was leading this one in race 1, so it'll be good to see if he can find a way through the pack, starting down there in 10th place.
So you see there's a little bit of dust. They haven't watered that downhill section there because obviously that is really, really quite slippy anyway. And the dust in that area is not the problem, but they've gone round the loop across the top there and got to as much as they can with the Bowser. You can see there's a few puddles there, so these guys are going to be having a little bit of a tricky time, but this is a time for running up high round the berms, and it will literally only be a couple of laps before that track is back to perfect. Obviously there's a limit to how much water we can throw down in the morning, simply because these guys are all going to be out there on slick tyres. So we watered late in the afternoon yesterday and let that soak in overnight, and our management here getting some more water down on the track for us as we look out the massive beard there of Dan Spencer and on that 236 Yamaha. 303 is Sean Rogerson. Second there's John Oakes. He's there in on row 2. Dean Smith there in the background.
Just taking a look at some of the tyres on these bikes, you can see how the dirt has coated those, so that will play a little bit of a mental game on these riders as they go into turn 1, knowing they have got dirty tyres.
Let's not forget that they've just done the warm-up lap and they all rode the dirt section, so I think normally on the site lap they miss it out and come straight to the grid, so they will have wanted to see what the track is like. They come under starters orders and we wait for the lights to change. Away they go. Let's see who's going to make the break. And it looks like a good jump from pole position for the 236 of Dan Spencer. Come into South Bank for the first time.
Yeah, and it is still Dan Spencer there out in front on board that Yamaha. It looks like Rick Owen again got another good start. He's there in second with the 150 of Liam Pearson there slotting in on board that KTM. John
Oakes then in fourth. I know we celebrated his 60th birthday last weekend, so we're not a man in the flush of youth, like my good self, but still out there enjoying this championship for what it is. And
it looks like Sean Jones isn't going to let him have it for long, though, sneaking up the inside there on that Cranking Racing KTM there. But it is still Dan Spencer out in front as he makes his way through Skid Row. Opened up a little bit of a gap there to the 351 of Rick Owen, who cut a little bit tighter there, making their way onto the off-road.
Puddles at the bottom. Look, it's worse than it looks, and that water will drag up, but there's going to be more grip up there than there was in the dry, and hopefully nobody spoons it into the ground. Owen then running wide up the bank there, and he's sussed out that this inside line, this is the one that's going to get him up the hill quick. He cuts in, foots his way round. Spencer still hangs on, runs up the outside. Owen lights the rear up.
Yeah, he spun up a little bit there and didn't get the drive, which allowed, I believe that was John Oakes there to sneak into second.
John Oakes snuck in, so they'll be coming down the hill now, all back on the dry. They'll be getting nice dust on top of the muddy tyres, and you can tell that they're really, really thinking about it coming down the hill there.
Jono got great drive there coming out, being able to tag on to Dan Spencer. Rick Owen not really getting the power down as much as he would have liked.
Yeah, everybody is really, really taking it steady. We've got kind of a 6-rider battle for the lead, with both of the Rogerson boys there in 6th and 7th on the back of that group. and a little bit of a gap back to Tom Nutter and Tommy Sayer. But it is going to be Spencer that leads them round for the second time, and Jono is closing in, and they are starting to pull a little bit of a gap on the 351, although to be fair he did spin up quite badly on the off-road section. So the two cranked up racing teammates then in third and fourth. Fifth is Liam Pearson, a man on the 250 KTM just up from our academy class, and then it is Ian Rogerson and Sean Rogerson, and those guys new to the sport this year, helping us out with some sponsorship as well, so appreciated from them as we look for. That's a pack change then as Jones throws it down the inside of his teammate.
He does, he makes that pass stick, so that has promoted Sean Jones up to third place now for this Contract Solutions C Group Race 2, so he's now chasing down the 95 of John Oakes. Is he going to take the alternative line there through the off-road?
Oh, the Bathmate step, and it's all changed, so it looks like we've got Rick Owen has gone high, wide and handsome. He's using that bank that we saw get used to good effect in the first C Group race, and he's going to have a run down the inside here and look at trying to have this second place back. In fact, he might even take the lead. Oakes is not going to get up the outside of him this time.
Oh, he's squeezing.
It's going to be elbows.
Oh,
3 wide. Here we go. John's going to go up the bank. Is he going to take the lead? What a pass! That was a great pass by Jono. Is he going to stick it down the inside of Spencer? Dan's not giving him any room. Oh, that was a very, very gentlemanly door slam there from the 236 Dan Spencer. But as we like to see, good, close, fair racing. But Jono will think about that next time. In fact, is he going to go back to third? Because I think he has. He's got mugged on the way out of. He's up the inside again. Yeah, he's up the inside of Jones.
And Jones is there.
No, that's Owen. So Owen is managing. Oh, we can't keep up with this. Liam Pearson is there taking notes. In fact, that's not Liam Pearson. That is one of the Rogersons. So Ian Rogerson now up to fifth. He's found his way past Pearson. It's all changed. This is what we like.
So we've got Dan Spencer out in front in first, closely followed now by John Oakes. Then we've got Sean Jones there in third, Rick Owen fourth, Ian Rogerson fifth, and Liam Pearson in sixth, with Sean Jones in a very tight seventh there. So all these riders, you could throw a blanket on them between first and seventh.
Yeah, it's a tight battle. Not so much dust down the back straight this time. We can see that the watering has definitely done the job it was supposed to. Spencer's got as much of a lead as he's had so far, and so John Oakes then, he's the inside, that was a big move. Pushes, John Oakes getting a little bit squirrely now, and that's all changed. That's Rogerson now up to fourth. So all of a sudden, Dan Spencer very, if you look at the word trepid in the dictionary, there's a picture of Dan going around that corner. He was very, very careful there.
Yeah,
and here comes Rogerson down the inside.
It was a fair pass there for Sean Jones on John Oakes. John Oakes just spinning up and not able to get the drive after he sent over onto those loose marbles.
But yeah, Ian Rogerson then, he's coming. John Oakes gone to that outside line in the dirt, and I don't think it's paid off this time. So Rogerson comes down the outside. Is he going to get caught out on the loose stones? No, the marshals doing a good job of keeping that nice and clean between races for us. But this is the battle then for the lead. 3 to go, 3-man battle and 2 to go up. I've managed to drop John Oakes quite considerably. He's obviously had another moment getting off the off-road. So it is going to be these three, Spencer, Jones and Rogerson, that are going to be fighting for the right to go up into B Group Race 3 a little later on this afternoon.
I have to say, I can't wait to see the onboard footage from Sean over on their YouTube channel of that pass on Jono there. And there he is. Look, he's going for the inside again, but Dan closes the door, cuts right across in front of him on board that Yamaha.
I don't think that was a serious attempt at a pass, but Jones letting him know that he's there. But Rogerson is the man with the speed. So these guys are, from what I understand, both of them ex-motocrossers that are fairly new to the tarmac, as we look at Jones making another attempt at a pass. And he does fly down the inside of the 236, just manages to hold the line as well.
He is our fastest man on track at the moment, doing a 1:48.0. So that he's now taken the lead, and he'll be looking to try and check out at the front and open this gap up out over Dan Spencer.
Be interesting to see what the lap times in the other groups are with this track watering, because it's certainly very, very slippy there as Rogerson then out in the deep stones. Or on the inside there, he's managed to follow. He's going to have to drop down the inside of Dan as they come down the hill. So you're going to try and square off underneath him. He's gone round the flat, not managed to get past the stick. Looks like John Oakes has gone back to sixth. So Sean Rogerson, we go down the inside. He's took the front.
Oh, he stayed on.
I think that was. I would say that's more luck than judgment. I think that's just accumulated skill, and he's got a few credits in with somebody there because he was all but off that. And this is just going to show these guys are on slick tyres on wet dirt, and it's wet and loose. He's still going to make the pass stick though, as he fires down into turn 1. And Spencer then back to third for the second time today. He's going to find himself on the outside looking in.
And he did make a good pass there on Dan, especially with that being on that very fast tarmac first corner after the start-finish flag. So considering this gentleman has not come from a tarmac background, to be able to put a pass like that on Dan Spencer, who we know is very, very experienced, so I think that was a very good pass.
Yeah, Dan having a look round the outside. So Jono then down to 5th, Dean Clark 6th, Pearson down to 7th, Tom Nutter 8th. And then we've got Eddie Rushworth in 9th and Tommy Sayer in 10th as Dan comes back down the inside at the end of the back straight, but not quite fast enough to find his way past the 162 of Ian Rogerson as they come down Skid Row. Our race leader Sean Jones then now has a comfy lead at the front. Those puddles all pretty much splashed out.
And he's also found some extra speed. He's now down to a 146.1, so he's definitely found something somewhere. If I was to guess, it would be on the off-road. I think he's getting a little bit more comfortable with the conditions out there.
Having said that, all of a sudden we've got a battle on for the lead because Rogerson has taken an absolute ton of time out of the 164 as they come to the jump at the top of the hill, and he's just going. Is he going to go wide? He's going to go high, wide, and down. He looked for the lead. That was a pass he didn't need to be making. So he's thrown away a second place, and he's handed back a place in the B group to Dan Spencer.
So he's slotted in there just behind Dean Clark and John Oakes there into 7th. So again, a shame that he's dropped it. It shows how close they were all the way from to lose so many places just with one little tip off there. But that's let Sean Jones off the hook a little bit. Yeah,
let Sean Jones off the hook a lot, and he's going to enjoy a 2-second lead with 2 laps to go. So Sean Rogerson has actually managed to put a pass on Spencer, so we've swapped one Rogerson for the other. So Ian's put it on the floor, and brother Sean has managed to make a pass on Spencer. So Spencer is still third, but staring at the back of the other Rogerson as there they come through the 2 turns in the centre of the circuit as we watch our race leader on the Cranked Up Racing KTM make his way down the back straight for the penultimate time. Like you see how broken that tarmac is there and all the marbles. There's the battle for second. Back marker there's our race leader. The battle for second is still going on, and I will say that if Rogerson has managed to find his way past Spencer, I don't think Dan will have an answer for him. Although there he is, he's got back in front, but certainly in the off-road I think Rogerson will be faster than him. He'll go up the outside here in the off-road. Well, the back marker's gone to the inside, but there's our race leader, the 164. He will be properly well happy to see this last lap flag. Spencer's still in front there in second as they just try and squeeze by that rider on the 85. Blue flag being waved, and this is, like I say, this is where we've seen Rogerson have a massive save and then a silly tip off which has cost him dearly. He'll end up on the outside of row 4. Big move down the inside there. I think there was contact as they went into that final hairpin. Oh, Dan's on. So here they come across the line. Is it going to be last lap flag this time, boy? Not quite sure. Yeah, it is. So last lap flag. So Dan Spencer is going to have to get his elbows out, and he's not a man that's unwilling to do that should the knees arise. He doesn't like falling off, but more the same token, he isn't going to give up a transfer to the B group.
I think we remember last year a little bit of bar bashing with Dan Spencer here at Teesside.
Yes. Who was that with? Was that with you? No, who was that with?
I think it was with another Bathmate rider that's no longer with us.
Oh, right, yes. Him and Brad had a really good... that was good fun, that, wasn't it?
Great riding.
That was good fun, but it looks like he's gapped him away at this point. He's actually starting to close back in on the race leader, and I will have to say that I don't think Dan Spencer is going to give up what is now a 20 bike length advantage over third place in this off-road section. So Sean Rogerson will start our third race of the day from John Oakes. John Oakes got back up to 4th, so whatever issue Jono had, he's managed to recover and he's fighting his way back towards the front. Obviously he's got an issue with a recurring hand injury which hampers him later on in the races, but he's coming back towards our third place man Rogerson, so he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the final race as Jones tiptoes his way through the off-road. Let's not make any it's not fast through there, but you cannot get anything out of shape else you're going to end up on the floor. So Spencer there, here comes Rogerson. This is going to be a full send down the inside. Yeah. Is he going to make it? Let's hold this shot at the top. No, we'll wait because let's see him come down the hill. So this is our race leader. Who's going to come into shot first? And Rogerson's done it. Yeah, he's made the pass. So, he was definitely the bravest as they came up over the top of the hill. We've got somebody off in that corner. But it is going to be a win then for Sean Jones. Second place for Sean Rogerson. He nicks Dan Spencer on that final lap up the dirt section. So Dan will start from pole with Ian Rogerson, John Oakes and Dean Clark being your front row for the final C Group race of the day, coming along a little bit later on. But we can see that the track's definitely ridden in well there. We didn't see many people falling off. Lots of people were careful, but that's what we like to see. Nobody ending up on the ground. And as our B Group race comes out onto the track, those guys will be a step change quicker and the track will start to evolve even more. So hopefully when our A Group riders come out a little bit later on this afternoon for their second race, they are going to have what is going to be pretty much a prime track.
Yep, and you can see as those riders make their way through the off-road for the last time, there is dust already kicking back up, so I think by the time we get out to our A's, it won't be much different.
No, it's going to be a lot better than it was. But here is our race results then for our C Group, but brought to you by Contract Solutions. It was a win for the 164 Cranked Up Racing KTM of Sean Jones, with the 303 Brothers Racing KTM of Sean Rogerson in second. Dan Spencer, number 236, he will take third, and Ian Rogerson in fourth.
Then in fifth, we had the 95 Bathmate rider of John Oakes. Sixth, we had the number 6 of Dean Clark. Then seventh, we've got the 150 of Liam Pearson. And in eighth, we've got the 19 of Tom Nutter.
Ninth place then 62 Eddie Rushforth. 10th place 159 Jason Laycock. 11th place number 3 Max Feeney. And 12th place number 16 Tommy Sayer.
And in 13th, we have the 38 of Dean Smith, 14th, 351 of Rick Owen, the 15th, the 96 of Lewis Cowper, and in 16th, the 58 of Max Rhodes.
Oh, well, there's Jason Slater, the man of the moment. Yeah, he's looking at his nice new clean boot. Look, that's the one that he managed to spanner onto the floor. Our race IQ B Group, the Trips.uk road. He actually had a good race after crashing. Genuinely didn't know exactly how he'd managed to crash on the warm-up lap, but he just got a little bit out of shape, bounced off the top. Simon Burgess there. Now, you did mention that the guys in the B Group said that they had a little bit of trouble with seeing the lights in there, which was why the first B Group race, the start was a little bit hit and miss. There's the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on the Bathmate Husky.
Yeah, a few riders saying they struggled to see the start light go out, so that might explain why Simon Burgess had a bit of an issue there. Although it did look like he stalled.
Yeah,
so again,
I think there was more to it than that, but certainly our pole position sitter Darryl Pennington did not get away well either. But they didn't call it back. There's the 888 of Shady. And he's starting from the back row on this one. I think he had a couple of issues with the Honda. In fact, no, that's his son, so that's Horgate, not Shane. But here is our front row then for our Race IQ British Supermoto B, and it is going to be the 26 of Mike Norbury, the road racer, who's going to start on pole from the very, very fast novice Dan Billen on the 59, with Michael Craig and James Wood rounding out row 1.
Row 2, we've got the 51 of Jason Slater on board that Trips UK KTM. Alongside him, Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. Then we've got Darryl Pennington again, Automotive Solutions rider, and Tom Ellen.
And then it is Luke Armitage on the 145 in 9th from the 53 of Simon Burgess, with the Bathmate KT or Husqvarna rider Kev Crowders in 11th, and the 323 of Scott Wright in 12th.
Row 4, we've got the under-21 rider of Ollie Sims out there. Alongside him, we've got Dave Spafford, Shane Parkin and Jamie Wrigglesworth.
There's our podium then for the C Group race. Everybody looking suitably worn out. There is Sean Jones. He's actually broken into a sweat. Look at the beard there, Dan Spencer. Oh, there's going to be some piracy going on later on. Just look at that. So a good ride for Dan, and he got mugged off in third. He'll start from pole. and it is Sean Rogerson who is there in second place. There he is, another man who's looking like he's done a day's work. I mean, it's warm here in the comms box, but what it must be like for those guys out there in their leathers. It's a proper warm day. Let's not get giddy about that it's the end of the world, but it is a nice summer's day here at the Teesside Autodrome. We've got the Riverside Stadium in the background behind the start there, and the Ironworks motocross track. We've got the Redcar Bear Speedway track off to the left, which we went to last night to watch them give the Berwick team a little bit of a beating, so that was quite entertaining. So it's definitely a nice little motorsports hub up in this part of the world that we're always pleased to come to. We're always well looked after by the staff here. Excellent facility, ideal for Supermoto. They pretty much give us free rein to do what we want to do with the dirt section, which thanks to Chris Walker and the Trips team for coming up and giving that a little bit of titivation. There's the number 90 of Simon Bentley, who took victory in the first C Group race, and he will be starting from the back row of the grid in this B race.
Yep. Looks like we've also got Paul Rhodes' bike out there.
Yeah, that's the one that Shade. That's the one that Shady's on. I think Shady's son Hallgate is out on that one, so we'll just have to see. So then we wait for the lights to change. Away we go. Everybody seems to be away better this time. That looked like it was Billum that got the whole shot as they come down in South Bank for the first time. That does look like Dan Billum, but he had a bit of a moment there, and it's Norbury that snuck back up the inside. So it is Norbury that leads from Billum on the 59. Then it's the 167 of Michael Craig. He's there in fourth. Fifth place. Not quite sure who that was. That might have been the 51 of Jason Slater on the Trips KTM. But they come out of the first couple of corners and onto the back straight for the first time. It is the 26 of Mike Norbury then that leads them down there with Billum in hot pursuit. He's a man in form, and I'm expecting that Norbury will definitely have his hands full with the 59 as this race starts to progress.
Yeah, Norbury getting a great start, especially with his tarmac prowess there, making the most of it. I expect to see a few riders now come through the pack as we make their way into the off-road for the first time. These riders will have got a feel for it on the warm-up lap. Norbury there going really high up on that inside berm as he makes his way round. You can see there those puddles nearly all but gone. Billum there nearly bouncing off that tabletop, able to manhandle that KTM as they head up the hill. He's really closed that gap, and he looks like he's going to sneak up the inside.
Way faster in the off-road. He got a good jump down the inside there, and he snuck up the inside of Mike Norbury on the top of the plateau there, and he will lead across the line at the end of lap one. Like I say, he's a man that came off a mini bike. I think this round last year was his first time on a 450, and we had a few nice races, but he's absolutely picked it up to a point where even though he's classed as a novice, it's his first full season on the big bike. He's finding his way into the front of the Bs and even the back of the A's regularly now, as Norbury has a bit of a moment on the side of the tyre coming into South Bank. They've gapped out the 167 of Michael Craig quite considerably on that opening lap by 2 seconds. But is Norbury going to fight for the lead, or is he just going to sit in there and he'll take the second and go up to the A group?
No, he's definitely going to have a fight for a race win here, I think. You can see him all over the back there of the 59 of Dan Billum, trying to find a way round the outside of him there. Not able to squeeze by, but we'll watch them now as they head down this straight. Norbury not able to get later on the brakes and sneak up the inside.
Michael Craig there in third, and then it's the 51 of Jason Slater. He's coming under pressure then from the 53 of Simon Burgess, but Slater showed in the edge of the track, but Burgess taking none of that, and he pushes his way past. So Slater goes back to fifth. Then it looks like it's the number 10 of Paul Reynolds that's in there as well. So Reynolds has managed to find his way past a few guys. It's definitely Reynolds there.
Yeah. Lovely pass there from Burgess, sneaking up the inside of the 51 of Jason Slater.
Slater's had to go around the outside though, but Jason's a good motocrosser. He'll nail it back up the outside if he can. Here we go. Oh, he's getting squeezed, but Burgess has done enough. Slater getting himself back on the dry line rather than risk it. The 145 of Luke Armitage coming into the picture there as well. He's come through from about 8th or 10th on the grid, and he's all over the back of Paul Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
Slater having another go back there.
Yeah, Reynolds managing to hold off the 145 of...
So Luke Armitage there on the CP Racing Husqvarna. There's battles all the way down the field in this one. Everybody wants a bit of it. Burgess has managed to make the pass stick on Slater, so he's now going to start chasing after Craig. So it's showing that Darryl Pennington is there in 4th position, but that's not who I saw.
That's Darryl Pennington there, just behind Michael Craig there, the 666. Then you've got Simon Burgess and Jason Slater.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, he's out there on the Alex Mullaney bike, so I'd actually missed him in all of the shots. So as we were doing, he was actually at that point. He was crossing the gap between the battle for 4th and 5th and the battle for 3rd. So the man on the number 100 red plate bike belonging to Alex Mullaney, he's now closing down onto the back of the 167 Michael Craig as they make their way up the Bathmate step. Billen then still leading, but I'm impressed with how Norbury's managed to stick with him, as the track is now obviously drying out. Billen making a really nice job. I think he's been working on his off-road technique. As we look at Craig and Pennington coming down the inside line. Slater's still there as well. He's not far away.
No, but like you say, Dan Billen looking really comfortable through that off-road there, which is something that we haven't expected from him, should I say. Like you say, coming from a pit bike, we didn't expect him to have much off-road experience, but he has pulled a really nice gap there on Mike Norbury on that lap. So I think Mike might have had a little bit of an issue coming off the off-road there. He's still in 2nd, but that gap now out to Dan has opened up to about 4.2 seconds on that lap.
Yeah, so Dan Billen then now enjoys a gap that all he needs to do is hold on, but it's now the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th that's where the interest is going to be, as we watch our race leader sliding it into turn 2 at the end of the back straight. So there is Billen. This is the battle. So this is Craig, and then we have Pennington, Burgess, Slater, and there is another rider that's inching his way forward towards that. That is Paul Reynolds with Armitage and Scott Wright. Oh, a bit of a mistake there. So it looks like a problem for Pennington with the front brake on that number 100. So all of a sudden he's fiddling with the bars, and he's dropped back quite a few places there. So all of a sudden that will have moved Burgess and Slater in front of him. So there he is. He's gone back, and he's only just in front of team boss Paul Reynolds.
Yep, Paul Reynolds again having another good ride. Currently sat in 7th place, being chased down by the 145 of Luke Armitage and the 323 of Scott Wright.
So Slater then takes the inside line. This time he's closing down on Michael Craig for this 3rd position. Again, not making the tabletop there by design. This was the conversation we had in the pits, that it seemed to be the guys that were happy just to pop up onto the top and roll off the other side were doing okay. But if you went for it and didn't get over it, it was a real kick up when you landed. As Scott Wright then makes a nice pass on Armitage. So again, he was one of our youth champions. Oh, that's a big send down the inside of Scott Wright. Yeah, he was one of our youth champions back in the day, Scott Wright, and took a break from the sport. I believe he served in the forces for quite a few years, and he's back with us in the paddock now, and he's making moves on that 323. K10 manages to put a pass on Luke Armitage on the Husqvarna, but Slater's still closing in on the back of Michael Craig, and Burgess now, like I say, he's there in a decent 3rd, and he's not going to come under pressure. 3 seconds up the track is Mike Norbury. I don't think he's going to get there. He's our race leader.
It looked like Luke Armitage there was trying to line up Scott Wright again on the tarmac, getting a really good run out of South Bank. So we'll watch as they come back round. But again, like you say, our leader, nice comfortable lead there with about 3.7 seconds on that last lap.
He's going to be out in the A final if he keeps this up, and if he goes out in the A final, he's definitely putting a new back tyre on. I've seen him picking it up from Paul Groom in the lunch break. So we'll not try and put the mockers on him too much, but yeah, a run that's definitely was my pick for Rider of the Year last year from where he came from, and was, I can't remember who ended up with that, but they were a worthy winner. But Dan certainly looking like he's getting to grips with this big bike, and nicely over there. You can see how that's dried out no end now, so that's absolutely perfect. Down the hill onto the tarmac, slides the rear end around that really tight corner. Norbury 3 and a bit seconds adrift in this second of our race IQ B group races, but he's going to hold off Simon Burgess, and he will advance to what I think will be his first A group start. And all of these guys that come from road racing are always going about how much they enjoy the Supermoto, something completely alien to them. But when you see these guys doing what they do, it kind of puts this into perspective a little bit. But Billen then round the south bend, round South Bank, with 3 to go.
Yeah, I think Mike Norbury now will have settled into this second place. He won't want to be doing anything too leery. That gap to Dan Bill about 3 seconds, and the gap back to Simon Burgess around about the same. So he'll now just be settling into this race as, again, Dan Billen makes his way down this long straight into that hairpin at the end, and that all that broken tarmac really does play on you, because it does unsettle the bike a little bit, especially as you're going so fast down there.
So this is the battle then. Burgess, as say, still under pressure from Michael Craig, and Craig is going to cut back underneath him. No, he's going to try and ride the long way around. Is he going to go try and go up the outside of the Bathmate step? There's still a 4-rider battle for 5th through 8th as well, which will be coming into shot behind these guys, so we'll just look for that in the background. Looks like Slater slipped back to 6th, because Reynolds is up to 5th last time across the line. Here comes Craig round the outside, and he's getting on the gas nice and early, but Burgess then just holds him at bay. He sends a decent jump into the plateau at the top of the circuit. A bit of a mistake, runs a little wide, and that's cost him some time. So there it is. Reynolds has now found his way past Slater. I think that's Scott Wright in the background. We can just hold this so we can see the rest of the riders coming across the line. That battle then, Reynolds, Slater, Wright and Armitage, that looks like that's going to materialise in this final 2 laps of this B Group race. Pennington there in 9th. Dave Spather in 10th. So a good ride from Spath. There's that battle in the background. But Burgess then holding off Michael Craig.
Please. You can see there in the background, you should be able to see them come in through this tarmac section. Burgess there opening out that lead ever so slightly on the 167 of Michael Craig, and he is currently our fastest man on track, having done a 137.3 on that last lap. And it is still Paul Reynolds there out in, I believe he sat in 5th place at the moment in that battle. Yeah,
he's just started to gap out. So Scott Wright and Luke Armitage have made their way past Jason Slater, and it looks like it also looks like Pennington has as well. But Slater's still a bit banged up. We did say that he said that was a big crash. He says, I won't use the exact words that he used, but he definitely gave himself a knock. As I said at the time, he was exactly doing the right thing. If you're going to jump that, you do it on the outlap. And it's like you see in Supercross, where you've got people jumping stuff on the when they've been on the rider interview even. But a good result, a good ride through for the number 10, Paul Reynolds. He's used his old age and treachery to keep in front of Armitage there on the 145. And Scott Wright also having a decent ride in 6th place as they make their way across the line for the final time. So Wright has managed to ride his way through this group, and for his trouble, he will get a front row start in the final race of the day. And it does look like Slater then has just dropped off the pace a little bit, maybe made a mistake, or just got a little bit tired. It's very warm out there today. We're fairly fortunate that the sun has kind of moved around, and our little hidey hole that we're doing the commentary from is actually quite cool at the moment, as we look at Dan Billen down the back straight, with Norbury still keeping the pressure on, 3 and a bit seconds, but Billen cannot fall asleep. It only takes a bobble and a stall, and that 3 seconds is all gone. You can see the dust already starting to kick up there, and that off-road, they come up the Bathmate step. That berm now is almost perfectly dry. So I'm expecting our A Group race will be absolutely on fire.
Billen there looking really smooth over that tabletop. Doesn't look like he's giving it sort of a blip of the throttle, which would cause it to spin up. Just carrying that speed nicely and just hopping up over that.
Exactly as you need to do. It's no good getting there and deciding what speed you need to be going. Oh, a little bit of lock up there. He's just hitting it exactly right, nailing the downside perfectly. And he will come across the line to take a well-deserved victory in British Supermoto B Group race, brought to you by Race IQ. Mike Norbury will take 2nd, and those 2 guys will advance up to the A Group for the final race of the day. And that will mean that Simon Burgess will start on pole with Michael Craig for company on row 1 of the last B Group race, with Scott Wright, and it looks like Luke Armitage is going to come across the line to pip Paul Reynolds for 6th position. But a good race. Billen came from not so a long way back, but he got a good start and found his way to the front early, nicked in front of Norbury, and then and that was it. That was all the way down the field in this very, very competitive B group. There's not a lot in the lap times. Who was the fastest lap in that one, Daniel?
It was Dan Billum, and he actually did it on one of the later laps in the race, managing to get down to a 1:36.8. So he snuck that away from the 53 of Simon Burgess in the closing laps of that race.
So for reference, I think we're in the high 28s, I think, for our A group. But here's our results then. British Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ, is the win for the 59 of Dan Billum on the KTM, with the 26 of Mike Norbury in second, 53 Simon Burgess in third, and the 167 of Michael Craig. He was there in fourth. In
fifth, we've got the 323 of Scott Wright, sixth, the 145 of Luke Armitage, seventh, the 10 of Paul Reynolds, and in eighth, 51, Jason Slater.
Ninth place then, a bit of a problem then, obviously, for Darryl Pennington, so hopefully he'll get that fixed for the next race. He was ninth. Dave Spafford 117, 10th, a good result for Dave. He had a big crash here last year. 11th for the 63 of Kev Crowthers, and 12th for Tom Elam. But there is the number plate of the 74 of our first A group race victor, Chris Hodgson, and he was the class of the field, and he will be hoping to do a repeat in British Supermoto A Race 2, brought to you by Trips.uk. As we stare into the eyes there of the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and was no longer teammates, still good friends, Alex and Chris. There's the 94 of Lee Williams. When I spoke to Lee, and he actually did have when we said he looked like he was pulling the tear off, he had a goggle issue where his goggles had slipped and he was struggling to see properly. There's Chris Walker, the Trips.uk boss. He had a good ride, and obviously he was unceremoniously dumped on the ground by this man, Jamie Duncan, but no harm, no foul. It was a hard but fair pass by Jamie, and both of those guys are still on speaking terms. And there's the 138 of Paul Groom. He was a bit miffed he hadn't played his Joker, so we'll have a look and see if that's come through on our WhatsApp group as to whether anybody has in this one. I've not seen it. And they go to the line. There's the 211 of Prof Chris Lambourne, 817 Harley Sharp.
I've seen no Jokers played.
I've seen a Joker played in one, so basically what it means is if you play your Joker, you will score double points in that particular race. Everybody is allowed one for Saturday and one for Sunday through the year, but here is our grid then. After a first race win, it is the number 74 of Chris Hodgson on pole, from the 217 of Richard Sharp, with Mullaney in third and Blakeman in fourth.
Row 2, we've got the number 7 of Jamie Duncan in fifth, then we've got the 94 of Lee Williams sixth, Chris Walker in 7th, and Andy Mitchell in 8th.
42 of Oliver Holmes in 9th, from the 9 of Brad Hardy. And it's a 138 Trips.uk KTM of Paul Groom, and the Crescent Yamaha of Dean Hillier.
Then we've got Harley Sharp 817 sat there in 13th on row 4. Alongside him, the 311 of Jake Serra in 14th, 211 Chris Lambourne in 15th, and the 24 of Paul Baxter in 16th.
And on row 5, we've got Kyle Eccleston, number 255, the 110 of Chris Eastwood, who had a problem in the race, and we didn't get to know what it was. Yes, obviously it was the thing that we dreaded it was, but it's a simple fix. Neil Meelan and Blake Wilson, both of those guys coming up from the B group first race. I believe it's Blake Wilson's first appearance in the A group, so congratulations to him for making it onto the back row of this grid, as these riders are just going to clean their tyres, just do a bit of a loop round off the off-road, and everybody will be wondering, well, where has everybody gone? But track conditions, bearing in mind the fact that it's scorching hot today, and it has been for pretty much 2 weeks up here at Teesside, track conditions as good as you could hope. We've had sensible water, and it hasn't been swamped with water. We've just put on enough to get the job done, and hopefully that will give these guys an absolutely perfect track as we watch the TM Leeds UK bike there come to the line. Chris then just leaning the bike over to get the oil round the clutch and make sure that he gets across off the line quickly. There is the number 217 of Richard Sharp, the man leading our over 45 championship, and one of the few guys to give Chris Hodgson a run for his money around this Teesside circuit recently. Last year he took a couple of race wins here over the 2 days, and he is very much looking to try and spoil the party a little bit, get a start, get away. There is Mullaney again, good third place. He will be looking to improve on that, and an improving Richard Blakeman. He came through in the first race to finish fourth. As we wait for them to come under starters order, there's Andy Mitchell. But on the number 61, Dean Hillier on the 108. The rest of the riders then coming under starters orders. And so it's head down. Revs are rising. Away they go. So Hodgie looks like he's got the start again. They come down into South Bank, and it's Hodgson then from Mulaney with Walker there in with looks like Walker there in 5th. Blakeman has managed to send Chris Walker the long way round, and it is going to be the 217 Richard Sharp that's there in 3rd. So all tight. Jamie Duncan in there as well. He's managed to find himself behind Chris Walker again, but it is our race leader Chris Hodgson onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, a very, very similar start to race 1 there, with Chris Hodgson leading the pack and sending them nice and wide into turn 1. That is our podium for our B group race 2, with Dan Billum there taking the win alongside Mike Norbury and Simon Burgess.
Burgess there on the right. But Dan Billum looking pleased with himself. He's a unit, he is a proper bruiser, but nicest guy you'd ever wish to meet. And congratulations to him on his B group. We'll wait to see for him in A group race 3. But Hodgie then already starting to pull a little bit of a gap as he gets that TM Leeds bike fired up the off-road section. I'm not sure that was still Mulaney in 2nd. I think it was.
I believe it was there, Phil. Yeah,
yes,
there he is.
Yeah.
With Richard Sharp all over the back of him, though.
So the dust then billowing up a little bit there. But the guys said first lap it was a bit iffy, but after that it was fine. And if these guys are saying it's okay, it's okay. As we look at race leader then backing it in to turn 2. Hodgie then just easing away at the front.
Yeah, Hodgson looking super comfortable on board that TM Leeds UK 450 machine. And again, Hodgson there keeping that on them feet on those pegs style as they head round there that we've seen a lot coming from Europe.
Oh, that was he's trying. He's not hanging about. He's not just riding away at the front here. He's you can tell he's trying to push to make a gap early on. Doesn't want to give Alex Mulaney any type of carrot because he knows the youngster is going to be there or thereabouts. So there's Mulaney, there's Sharp, there's Blakeman. They've broken away from Walker. Jamie Duncan there behind. Looks like that was Lee Williams as well. But this is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. With Mulaney then, his wing mirrors would be full of the 217 of Richard Sharp. Nobody being brave to go the other way. Anybody going to the outside? No, they're not. So I think that there's something to be gained there, but what do I know? I'm the guy sat here talking about it, not the guy doing it. But we've seen before, anybody makes a mistake, you can't manage to capitalise on it if you're in the same rut. Sharpie saying that we spoke about his near crash up there in race 1, and he just basically, as you go up that straight and hit the jump at the top, you just tap down a gear as you hit the jump to scrub a little bit of speed off, and it went straight into neutral and nearly threw him over the bars. And he was lucky to stay on, but he's all over the back of Alex Mulaney. Is he going to try and put a pass down the inside here? Sharpie drifts it in. Blakeman is there, holding on to the coattails of Richard Sharp, waiting to pick up the pieces, should there be any. Looks like Jamie Duncan has found his way past Lee Williams in the background, but this is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th out of South Bank.
Yeah, Richard Sharp there really keeping the pressure on the number 100 of Alex Mulaney, which is giving the 74 of Chris Hodgson the opportunity to pull away and open up a 4.8 second lead on that last lap as they cross the line.
Like I say, he needs somebody to get out, mate, get a good start, make Chris Hodgson work for this. He's got that TM working exactly as he needs to, and he's putting in some absolutely stunning laps to grab these guys at the front. But Sharpie then just got to be conscious that he can't leave Richard Blakeman even half an opportunity anywhere on this track, because otherwise the 54 is just going to ride that KTM straight into whatever bit of space is there. Now this is where we saw Sharpie being really, really quick up here last lap.
Behind Blakeman, the 155 of Chris Walker is still ahead of the 94 of Lee Williams and the 7 of Jamie Duncan. He hasn't managed to find a way past just yet. Did see him looking quite tentative on the off-road earlier. You can see there it's still a 3-rider battle for 5th place.
Come across the line, and again it just gaps out on the faster concertinas backwards and forwards depending on the speed. But this is a good battle. But Hodgie then fastest lap, 128.6 so far is on his last lap, but everybody else in the round 130s. It's a furious pace that Hodgson is running at the front of this one.
The track must be improving because he has managed a 1:28.089, which is the fastest lap of the day so far. So track conditions always improving. There is that 3-rider battle for 5th, including Walker, Williams and Duncan there, with Williams in a KTM sandwich in the middle there on board the 94 high-tech coat in Susquehanna.
Is Jamie Duncan going to get a run down the inside? No, he's not. They were working on setup to try and make the bike hook up a little better in the off-road. He said he was struggling, and he has made a pass around the outside of Willow there, so there's not a lot wrong with that. This is where he saw the contact in the last race between the number 7 and the number 155, as Willow's going to come around the outside and run the alternative line, as Walker makes a really nice job of that. No change in 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they went up the hill on the other side. Williams not quite able to get out that corner at the bottom. As we go on board with the 217 of Richard Sharp, then right on the back tyre of Alex Mullaney as they come on to the start-finish straight. The KTM of the Automotive Solutions KTM just gapping him out a little bit as they go across the line. Obviously struggling with the signal, the vibrations on that onboard camera. And meanwhile, it looks like with JD making the pass on Willow, he's just started to drop off the pace a little bit there as well. And we'll see whether, like Chris was saying, he's not giving stuff up as easy these days. He knows he's not just there for a few laps. He can do the race distance. And he's making Jamie Duncan, the former champion, let's not forget, he's making Jamie Duncan do the hard yards around the outside.
Yeah, Duncan there going really wide to try and cut back on the 155 of Chris Walker there, but not able to find a way through. Trying to sneak up the inside here, but not able to get any later on the brakes, but he's going around the long way. This is the
pass that JD did, I think, on Willow last time, but Chris just speeding up mid-corner, so this is where he's got to shut him down this time, and Chris sends him the long way, doesn't give him the opportunity to make the pass up the inside. Shout out then, Williams in 7th, a brilliant 8th for Bradley Hardy on the number 9, 9th another good ride for Oliver Holmes, number 42, 10th Harley Sharp, he's having a recovery ride after ending up on the floor in race 1, with Paul Groom in 11th, Dean Hillier in 12th. Looks like Andy Mitchell's having a bit of a mare. He's down there in what is for him these days a lowly 15th, so we'll try and find out what's gone on there. But the Mullaney Sharp Blakeman battle still raging for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th as they come across the line with 5 to go in this second of our Trips.UK British Supermoto British Championship race A's. Again, the tarmac round there very, very difficult to push too hard.
Yep, so you see the 7 of Jamie Duncan there taking a slightly wider line, then hugging that inside to try and sneak up the inside of Chris Walker, but not able to find a way through. So again, he is trying to take alternative lines on the tarmac to see if he can sneak around the 155 of Chris Walker on board that Trips UK KTM MTR machine.
Yeah, Chris just parked it in the middle of the turn there to stop Jamie getting the cutback. They drop Willow. Oh, there goes JD round the outside. He's out in the sticks. Chris is going to again just close the door, but Jamie's letting him know he's there. Chris is going to have to stand on the brake here and keep it tight, and he does. No chance for a pass. This is racecraft at its best. Big jump in there from Chris, and notice they're going into that berm a lot earlier now than they were. They were kind of slamming into the last bit of it to avoid the water, but they're riding in, splashing through the water and using the full berm, and Walker doing everything that he can to keep Jamie Duncan at bay, and that's allowed Willow to keep up. And Brad Hardy, next guy along, he's about 8 seconds down, so he's not going to catch these guys, but still a decent ride from him as they come across the line to complete another lap. This is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and you don't want to get this corner wrong. And again, just not quite close enough. You can see the sun just gone behind the clouds. It almost looks dark out there on our screen here. But this time Duncan going to run wide. Chris is not giving him any chance. Jamie's going to try and cut back up the inside. Is he going to throw it down the inside into here? Walker has a look, moves across, closes off, backs it in, nice old school style, and does not give Duncan the opportunity to even get a front wheel down the inside. Williams has managed to, he's staying with him, you know, Willow. He's not giving this up.
No, but I think Chris Walker here showing his racecraft. he's putting that KTM exactly where he needs it to be to try and make Jamie Duncan work for this. So Jamie there trying the outside, trying to cut back to the inside. Honestly, the racecraft shown here by Chris Walker shows he definitely has that experience. So
JD's going to go up the outside now into up the Bathmay Loop, so he's going to try the other line. And in fairness, he has no choice because he's just following Chris Walker. It will look like Lee Williams is going to make the pass, but as they get to the inside where it's shorter, this will want. Oh, he's made the mistake. He's gone over the berm. So that's a place picked up for Willow, and JD has gone from being pressuring the 155 of Chris Walker to almost going down. Here's the battle then with 3 to go as they come across the line. This is Mulaney, Sharp and Blakeman. They're still all over each other. We'll stay with this one till the end because the other one's blown itself out a little bit. So has Richard Sharp got anything for Alex Mulaney as he knee downs it all the way around South Bank? Sharpie's doing everything that he can, but he's got to be careful. He can't leave Blakeman even half a chance. As everybody out that's seen Richard Blakeman race before, he only needs like a quarter of a chance for to try and make a pass. To be fair, he picks the places to do it. He's not reckless. He's just like, yeah, I'm coming through here, and you need to be ready. This is where Mulaney said he lost the rear in the way. He just lost the rear a little bit, caught his knee on the curb and went down. And whilst he was a bit annoyed, he weren't falling over himself to get out of shape about it. He just said he's racing, as he said to you in the interview. But he's happy with the way that he's riding. He's happy with the bike. And a happy Alex Mulaney is a fast Alex Mulaney as they make their way through down the off-road section. Be a couple of laps to go this time by. And Richard Sharp, like I say, just closing in a little bit, but there's just not an opportunity.
Blakeman dropping off ever so slightly as they came through the off-road on that lap. Richard Sharp definitely keeping the pressure on the number 100 of Alex Mulaney now as they cross the line. So they should be getting the last lap flag next time by. And it'll be our leader, Chris Hodgson, who's out in front to the tune of 7.9 seconds at the moment, Paul.
Yeah, so he's definitely away with the front of this one. But Sharpie's trying everything that he knows. I think that if he looks back and see that he's got a little bit more room, the 101 Neil Meelan then got an issue, or just moving out of the way. But he's done well to get up there in our A group. I think the distance that he's behind, I think he's obviously had an off somewhere, because on lap times you would not expect him to get lapped. But there goes Mulaney then down the back straight, and he's got a decent gap now. This has started to spread out a little bit. Sharpie does not have to worry about defending from Richard Blakeman anymore, but the problem he's got is that he cannot get close enough to Alex Mulaney to even put a minutest bit of pressure onto him, because Mulaney is having a solid ride in second place. And I say, if Richard has a quick look over his shoulder, sees that he's got a little bit more room, maybe he'll be more inclined to ride the fast lines rather than the defensive lines. And this is where we've seen him closing in a much longer jump there at the top of the hill. He's run a little bit wide.
There is Blake Wilson out
so
there.
He is going to have the pleasure of going a lap down to a man that is 17 times a champion, but he's out there sharing a track with the number 74 of Chris Hodgson. So it just shows you the level of the guys at the front of this field. And Hodgie then round South Bank for the final time. I would hazard a guess that he was winning British Championships before Wilson was born. Quite possibly.
Yeah,
and
I think that's quite likely.
But down the back straight on the TM Leeds UK bike then, and like I say, absolutely on it. I'm sure he'll tell you that he controlled the race, but you could see from how he got that rear end lit up early on that he was definitely not hanging about. He knew he'd got to get a break at the beginning and break the toe of not just Alex Mulaney but Richard Sharp as well. Makes his way up the Bathmate step, and again, no need to force the issue and make a pass on Blake Wilson.
No, I think Chris will know that. He's taking it steady. He's under no pressure from behind, with the gap out to Alex Mulaney at about 7 seconds. So
Wilson looks over his shoulder. No shame in going a lap down and doing the right thing, letting the leader past. So Chris Hodgson will take his second win of the day. He'll have a look over his shoulder for the battle for second, which, as the helmet's flashing by, tells me that Alex Mulaney is still the man that is going to be there in that second position as they come across the line.
There's our onboard race IQ on with Richard Sharp as he takes a well-deserved third place in our Trips UK A Group Race 2.
So Richard Blakeman comes across the line in now a distant fourth, having looks like he's just backed it off. Fifth and sixth come across the line. This is the picture-in-picture with Harley Sharp and Ollie Holmes. That's the battle for 9th and 10th. But it was then a win for Chris Hodgson from Alex Mullaney, with Richard Sharp there in third, Richard Blakeman fourth, Jamie Duncan actually finding his way past Chris Walker towards the end of that run, so Walker will finish sixth as our race results coming up on screen now. It was a win for the 74 of Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK TM. He took his second victory of the day from the number 100 Automotive Solutions KTM of Alex Mullaney. Then third place, another good ride then from the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Trips.UK KTM. Fourth place, the Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Fifth, his teammate again, Jamie Duncan, number 7. He took a good result there. Sixth place for the 155 of Chris Walker. Seventh, the 94 High-Tech Coatings Husqvarna of Lee Williams. Excellent eighth place for the 42 of Ollie Holmes, who managed to find his way past the 817 of Harley Sharp there at the end. And 10th place, Andy Mitchell. And then 11th, Dean Hillier. 12th, Brad Hardy. So Brad had a moment, he was up there in the top 10. 13th, Chris Eastwood. 14th, Paul Groom. 15th, Kyle Eccleston. And 16th, Jake Sayer. That is British Supermoto A Race 2 in the books. And we could do with Chris Hodgson just making it a little bit more exciting. But as we saw last year, it only takes a couple of other lads to get the start, and he's got to work for it. There is the onboard camera of Richard Sharp in the holding area, setting themselves up for our interviews. And we've definitely got a perfect racing day here at Teesside. As he reverses the bike back in, and so the sun beating down. We're actually they're in that building there on the right hand side, and the sun actually on the back of the building now. So Race Evolution tyre man there with Chris CJ. He's looking at the tyres on the back of that one. So we will go down to Danielle for pit lane.
So I'll just give Richard just a second to get his helmet off. You had to work for that third place, but you kept Richard Bateman at bay.
Yeah, I could feel Richard pushing me a bit. I think we gapped him last few laps. I think we gapped him a bit. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, I was chatting around with Alex really. Alex riding really well. Managed to keep him there. Like, I catch him in dirt, then he got me on tarmac, and it was just a yo-yo whole race. Obviously, Chris had gone on his own.
Yeah, we saw Chris out front, but you definitely kept the pressure on Alex Mullaney, and that was a really good three-rider battle that we had there. Are you changing anything for race 3 of the day?
Probably just spin this tyre around, that's it. Like I say, right-hand side's getting a bit... Well, left-hand side, so he's getting a bit of hammer, so just spin it for the last one. Try and get a bit more speed.
Well, good luck. I'll grab a quick word with the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Alex, another good ride there for you on board the Automotive Solutions KTM. Great ride there. Definitely had the pressure kept on from Richard Sharp, but you managed to keep him at bay and rode a really, really good race.
Yeah, it was intense. I had them behind me all race, but couldn't be any happy with our finish because it's best overall finish that so far since I've been riding. So, yeah, it means a lot to me. It was just so brutal trying to keep them two behind me. I could hear them every corner, and so yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, no, great ride, and it's good to see that you're getting that consistency. It's coming with race experience, so you can see that's definitely paying off.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was at Brands last week, and my riding style's changed. I'm a lot quicker, more comfortable, so all helps. It's just good to be up there at the top now finally. I think I've had a few shots at it and failed, so hopefully we can do it this weekend.
Be good to see you on the podium. And again, a quick word with our race 2 winner, Chris Hodgson. Another win, another big gap over the line. Couldn't be any better, really.
Yeah, it all went to plan. I think maybe the lads were just a bit cautious in bits of the off-road on lap 1, and that's where I've just made my gap. And yeah, I think once I broke the toe, that was it. I managed to go all right.
Yeah, you're looking really, really comfortable on the TM now, and I definitely think you're showing your race experience out there. You settled into it, you didn't do anything silly, inch perfect the whole way round. Any changes for the reverse grid for race 3?
No, I mean, like, all that's just credit to everyone that's working with us, you know, like guys in Italy, TM UK, TM Leeds, you know, can't thank them enough because pretty much they've put the bike under us and I just have to ride it.
Yeah, it's good when you know you've got the machinery under you that you're confident with, which you definitely are, but you're the one that's got to go out there and do the business, so good luck for race 3.
Cheers, Danielle.
We'll go back to Phil in comms and get ready for our Academy race 2.
Thank you very much, Danielle. And right on cue, there is our Academy Race 2. Brought to you by FF Solution. Design and building it is the 41 of Ed Darnton that's going to hopefully lead them away. No, he looks across and it is the number 5. It's Reynolds that's going to have the whole shot this time. Darnton's going to find down the inside. Is that Clark there in third, I think, as they come down through South Bank for the first time. So it is Darnton from Reynolds. So we look back, yeah, it is the 6 of Tyler Clark, 58 then of Max Rhodes. Then also looking down the inside, Tyler Clark going proper racy around there, looks like, but showing the edge of the track to to Max Rhodes, but it is Darnton then that leads, and he ran and hid at the front of this one last time by, and Reynolds going to do everything that he can to try and stay with him as they go down the back straight for the first time. And so the man moved up from a 65 to an 85 this year, and he's definitely finding the sweet spot of that. But Reynolds on that KTM also very, very proficient. And then it's Clark, and then the 58 of Max Rhodes. The rest of the riders then. We've got Jackson Bennett in there as well, and a decent start from I think from Josh Walker as well.
Yeah, I'd really like to see the number 5 of Archie Reynolds sort of have a little bit of a crack at battling with Edward Darnton. He's got the pace, and like you said, he looked really, really fast through the off-road this morning, and he's just not quite able to get him on the starts, is he?
No, and the thing that you've got to remember is that obviously in the off-road, there's just nowhere. If the guy's in front of you, there's not really a lot of choice of where to go, especially on these small wheel bikes. But Darnton then across the line, he's just going to have about a second lead then over Reynolds as they come across the line. It looks like Max Rhodes has found his way back up to third. In fact, it's showing Tyler Clark, so it did look like a darker bike than a lighter bike. But if the live timing says that it's Tyler Clark in third, then it definitely is. And yes, he is. There he is in the background. So maybe I just missed him. But so Clark there in third. This is definitely his best performance of his career so far, and again a man that's finding his, well, man, he's a boy, about 12 or 13 years old. You see him without his helmet on, he's pretty much angelic, but he's out there definitely learning his craft. But Darnton then onto the back straight, then the 5 of Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions KTM getting to grips with that new bike. His elder brother Cole then he's out there on the bike from last year, not having such a good day. I think he's struggled in the off-road a little bit, but he's actually showing as in 6th place behind Jackson Bennett, so that's not so bad for him as they make their way all the way, splashing through those puddles that were there at the start of the last block of races, and the track now absolutely perfect. A couple of little bits that we couldn't get to water. Obviously difficult to get the tractor and the Bowser up there, but everything else that we can get to is pretty much absolutely ideal. So top marks to everybody from the British Supermoto Championship for getting that all sorted out and giving us a decent racetrack in what could have been quite difficult conditions. But here's Reynolds then. It doesn't sound as good from down there, but when I was watching from over on just there on the side of pit wall this morning, Reynolds was so aggressive down there on that 85 to a fact that he was like making a second up just down the hill. But Clark's still there in third, holding off Max Rhodes. And again, he ended up, I think, ended up 4th in the last one. Came under pressure from Jackson Bennett at the end, and Bennett did not manage to make the pass. But here he is now. He's holding off the next guy up, although he run a little bit wide there. But again, there's a lot of holes on the inside there, and he is going round the wide part of the tarmac. And again, it's just it seems to be working for him.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable there on that Husqvarna, the number 6. He's closed the door there on the 58 of Max Rhodes. He's not able to even show him a wheel just yet. Some of his racing lines seem a little bit non-typical, I think I'll say. He's taking really wide lines and not riding defensive, which is clearly working for him. As he's now heading down this straight into the hairpin. Rhodes there looking towards the inside to try and sneak up there and not able to find a way past the 6 of Clark.
That sweeping line around the outside just allows you to carry a little bit more speed, and it's a really deceptive camber down there at the end of that back straight. The corner just seems to tighten up on you and the track drops away, and it's really, really easy to tuck the front and go down. Clark squaring off that corner a little bit. In the background then, Jackson Bennett on the 79 starting to close in and make this a 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Our race leader at the moment, still currently on the DCR gas, is Edward Downton on the 41, with Reynolds there in close attention, but it's this battle that we are looking at the moment. And Max Rhodes, like I say, he's been decent this start of this season, but I will say, of all the things that I would have had in my things that you expect to see at this race, Tyler Clark giving him a run for his money would not have been one of them. So props to him. And I don't think it's the fact that Max is off his pace. I just think Tyler Clark has stepped it up. He's having a good day, and he's making Max work hard for it on a track that is a lot more difficult to pass on than you would think, even on these small bikes. This time Clark just holding it a little bit tighter, and the gap back to Jackson Bennett is it's about the same as it was on the last lap.
Yeah, you can see there Clark goes really wide on the exit there of that first turn onto the infield. The 58 of Rhodes not able to capitalise on that and sneak up the inside, because it does give Clark a nice tight corner as they make their way towards the chicane. So, they're just all over the back of each other. Yeah, it's definitely it's a tight race. These guys are running pretty much similar lap times. They're getting dragged along by each other. They've lost the toe to our first two, so now they're on a big wide sweep there, and Clark has gone down. So this is exactly what happened to Chris Walker and Jamie Duncan, minus the contact, and he left the room there a little bit. Like you're saying, he's running the high, wide and handsome lines, but Max Rhodes just put his bike where it needed to be. Moved him over. There was no contact at all. Absolutely nothing wrong with that pass whatsoever. And as a result, Tyler Clark getting pushed out onto the all of the loose stuff on the outside and tucks the front and goes down. Luckily, he's back up. I think he will only have lost possibly 2 places. He should still slot in behind Jackson Bennett, but his chance then of finishing on the podium in this one, as it was in the last one, has been dashed. But never mind, the level of improvement should certainly give him a decent outlook to go into the last race, wanting to start and run at the front again. So Max then has got 12 seconds to try and close down our second place man Archie Reynolds, and I don't see that happening with 3 laps to go. This one is pretty much Ed Downton, still only 2 seconds ahead of Archie Reynolds. In fact, if we can go back to that lead battle, I think that it might be as Reynolds is doing enough to keep him honest. Yeah, looking at lap times, Ed Downton there has just done the fastest lap last time, doing a 1:42.419, in comparison to Archie Reynolds doing a 1:42.5. So literally a tenth of a second between them in lap times, and that's keeping that gap very, very similar each lap by.
Yeah, you can see that Reynolds then definitely not hanging about. There's our race leader then, the 41 gas of Ed Downton. He's definitely the man of the day, and but Reynolds is, like I say, with the gap at 2 seconds, it's still on. It only takes a little bit of a mistake or a bobble. And I say Reynolds is fast up here. There'll be 2 to go next time by. But so these guys will be on full slick tyres, and he is closing in. Like I say, it closes in. Obviously, it's a slow corner, so the gap concertina's there. But Edward Downton will know that he's still got to get this done. So it was 2 seconds just shy last time across the line, and it's down to 1.3, so almost half a second been taken out of the gap this time. Reynolds is closing in.
And he has done a fastest lap with a 1:41.8, so Reynolds definitely on the move now, trying to chase down the 41 of Ed Downton as we come to the closing stages of our Contracts FF Solutions Academy Race 2.
Very much still all to play for, although just in that couple of corners it does look like think Darlington is definitely faster in the tarmac section, and Reynolds faster in the off-road, because that gap that was 1.3 is definitely more than that as they come onto the back straight. When you can hear the 85cc bike of Reynolds there, well onto the rev limiter as they're on the back straight. Look over the shoulder then as they go down through Skid Row for Darlington, just to make sure that he's got enough in hand to ride the lines that he wants. It's not about knowing that there's anybody there particularly, it's more about the fact that can I just ride the fast lines and not have to worry about defending. They're coming up on young Charlie Smith and make their way past him.
Yep.
Will this force Reynolds to use the other line? Another look over the side. Reynolds is right there. Did he tuck the front there? Or
he did bobble a little bit, but he's still going.
He's still there. So one to go then, and it's still all to play for. And if this gap's back down to like 1 second-ish, don't think it's quite as close as that, but Darlington is not going to be in a situation where he's going to be able to back off at all as he takes the last lap flag in this FF Solutions Supermoto Academy Race 2 here at Teesside Autodrome this afternoon. This nice Saturday afternoon this weekend. We're running on a Saturday, and don't think that Reynolds is going to be able to do anything about our race leader. He's managed to keep his concentration. These races, a bit of a leg wave there from Reynolds. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but yeah, these races where you're out the front, these are the ones that really test your concentration. You're keeping your mind on the job. It sounds daft to anybody that's never done it, but when you're chasing somebody down, you're fully focused, and when you're at the front, it's very, very hard to keep that the level of concentration to where it needs to be to make sure that you don't make a stupid mistake, get caught out by something that you just simply let your mind wander. And this is probably one of those places where just getting offline, just another quick look, make sure that he's okay. And again, I'm not a fan of riders looking behind, but if you're pushing on trying to hold off a guy that's now 4 seconds back, a quick look over the shoulder to let you know the pressure's off is always good. Makes your way past Jackson Nuttall there, the 183, and up the hill for the final time. Just a little bit of a bobble there, but he's pretty much home and dry. Just a couple of corners to go, and he will take his second victory of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that dry line at the top of our off-road there, cutting in really nicely. It seems a little bit unlikely that any of these riders will use the outside line there, with it being very loose. Little fist bump there as Ed Darlington crosses the line, and he takes first place here in our FF Solutions Academy Race 2. Following him was the number 5 Automotive Solutions rider of Archie Reynolds. We'll just keep an eye out.
Still a battle going on there in the background as they come round. Let's see who it is. It's going to be third. It is going to be Jackson Bennett that's managed to sneak his way past Max Rhodes, and he's very happy with that. And there's Tyler Clark on the inset there. He was the man that went down. So yeah, Jackson Bennett then came through. It looked like, I won't say he was dead and buried, but it certainly didn't look like he was going to give Max Rhodes or give any pressure to Max Rhodes, and then all of a sudden he's come across the line in front of him. So there's the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. Man, he's been off a 65 from last season, and I think he's going to come across the line in 6th. So and again, he's another young man that's finding his feet in this academy class. Been riding in our Bambino sessions, which is where we let the tots just have a bit of get used to riding around a little bit of the track here at the British Supermoto Championship, and get them used to riding a bike and being in the paddock, and then they can progress into this academy class at a time when their speed and proficiency allows. So yeah, here comes Cole Reynolds across the line.
He's happy with that one.
Yeah, he's happy with that. And he comes across the line indeed in 6th place, and it'll be Josh Walker there on the 445 in 7th, and Ollie O'Gorman in 8th. And there are the results then. Here's a win for the 41 of Edward Darlington, with the number 5 of Archie Reynolds in 2nd, 79 of Jackson Bennett 3rd, and the 58 of Max Rhodes in 4th.
Then in 5th we had the unlucky Tyler Clark, just taking a little bit of a tumble in that one. Then we have 10 of Cole Reynolds, the 455 of Josh Walker taking 7th, and in 8th we've got the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman.
And then 9th place Charlie Smith, 10th Alfie Wright, and 11th Jackson Nuttall. So that is the completion of our second group of races. There's Archie Reynolds with Dad Paul. Again, he's been out there in the B group, and one of our championship sponsors here, Paul, as always. Got his nice automotive solutions team. If you're a man looking for BMW or mini spares, then Paul Reynolds is your man. Number 41 there of Ed Darnton, then having a bit of a drama trying to get his bike up on the stand. I did see that the shot that we had of the C group lads trying to lift their bike on the stands at Three Sisters got a bit of an airing, and everybody enjoyed that, so that was good. But yeah, these guys earning the money today. Edward Darnton then looking like he might he's hobbling a bit of an injury, or he's jabbed a foot or something somewhere.
He said that on the warm-up lap of race 1 he clipped his foot going over the tabletop, and it sort of jibbed his foot and his back, so he is hobbling about a little bit. So again, even more impressed is that he's managed to go out there and win another of our academy races for today.
Yeah, so Darnton then, there he is, standing in front of the number 41, standing behind the number 41. A well-deserved win for that young man on the DCR Gas. Second place then for Archie Reynolds, who did push him all the way. And he was, let's be honest, if he gets a start, he's got a chance, and we'll wait for the young Jackson Bennett to take his helmet off and show us what Barnett he's got today. Look at that. What a Swede. Full on mullet there from Jackson Bennett. Thumbs up from all of those guys. A great race, and we look forward to seeing them out again a little bit later on in their final race of the day. We're going to take another break from the broadcast, and we will be back shortly with what will be the final group of races here from the Teesside Autodrome at the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. If it's over, make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. Yeah, serve it to the people, they need hope. It's no delay. The odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better. I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better.
So here we are back with the best beard in the paddock. Dan Spencer then sitting on pole then for this final British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions. And he got mugged off at twice in 2 races. He will start from pole in what has been an excellent day's racing here at Teesside Autodrome up here in the northeast of England. We've had a really good day's weather. We've had a great racing, and it's definitely going to wrap up nicely, hopefully with some decent racing in our final group of races. Don't forget that we've got our final Group A race of the day with the reverse grid start. There is the 95 of John Oakes. He got mugged off a little bit, he said, in the last one, got pushed out onto the wide and lost some places, but he's looking to try and take a win in this last race of the day. He's up there and revved. There's the 150 of Liam Pearson and the 16 of Tommy Sayer. In the background there, the number 6 of Tyler Clark. He's a guy that's been doing double duty. Quite a few people out there riding 2 classes.
There is definitely a few riders out there in both our academy and in our C group today. A few riders missing, I think, from this round as well. We're seeing very few of the Goon squad out there. We'd normally have a big group of those out there. So we have seen Neil Meelan make his way up to the Bs, but we're missing a few of the Goons.
We are indeed. I know that May Chalice is injured, and whether that's decided not to make the trip due to that, but obviously Farron Young then obviously not with us as well. But there is the grid then for this final Group C race of the day, brought to you by Contract Solutions. It is going to be Dan Spencer, the 236 on pole, with Ian Rogerson there in second, John Oakes from Bathmate KTM in third, and the number 6 Husqvarna of Dean Clark in fourth.
Then we have Liam Pearson on the 150 in fifth. 6th is the 19 of Tom Nutter, 7th 62 Eddie Rushforth, and in 8th the 159 of Jason Laycock.
In row 3 we will have the number 3 of Max Feeney, the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. Dean Smith on the 38 will start 11th, and the second of the Cramped Up Racing guys, Rick Owen, on the 351 will start 12th.
Row 4 we've got in 13th the 96 of Lewis Cowper. Alongside him in 14th we've got Max Rhodes. Then it's the 671 of Steve Smith in 15th, with the number 6 of Tyler Clark in 16th.
And then row 5 is the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman, the 770 of Tony Gould, the 191 of David Murphy, and the 74 of Craig Louth. So, been a great day so far. This is our last block of races. Then the dust billowing there in the background, but as everybody we've spoken to in the paddock has said, yeah, it's not that bad. A little bit iffy on the first lap, but when you consider how the weather has been here in the UK for the last few weeks, obviously masquerading as something like the start of a normal summer, we are lucky that we've not got a worse dust problem than we've got at the moment. But water being put down yesterday, and also again in the break in between the first and second races, has meant that we've got a virtually perfect circuit for the riders here. There is the number 6 of Dean Clark racing with his son, who's about 4 rows further back than the 150 of Liam Pearson. We'll see how he manages to do that. The 19, that is the best looking bike in the paddock. That's the 19 of Tom Nutter, and that is there's a lot of really nice looking bikes, but that one particularly last week definitely looked nice. So well, away they go then for the final race of their day, and it looks like it is going to be a whole shot for Dan Spencer from pole. It looks like Jono there in second on the 95. John Oakes, or somebody getting a bit giddy. That looked like Dean Clark getting a bit out of shape as they went into South Bank for the first time. But it is going to be, and 38 coming through from a long way back. So Dean Smith then, he was at a stall in the first one and never really recovered from that, and then was mid-pack in the second one, and again just a bit mithered. And he's definitely looking at trying to put a pass on John Oakes as they come onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, the 236 of Dan Spencer hasn't struggled with his starts today, but he has struggled in converting those pole positions into race wins. So he'll be looking to redeem himself in this final Contract Solutions C Group race of the day, as he takes us on to the off-road for the first time of this race. And it is John Oakes, followed by Dean Smith there on board that Husqvarna in the red. And then, oh, who's that there getting a bit loose? I think that was one of the Rogerson brothers.
It was. Those guys have obviously, we've got Ian in this one. Sean went up to the B group in the last one. And Ian was the one that lobbed it at the top of the hill when he was in a comfortable second. So Dean Smith then, Wadji then trying to put a pass on John Oakes. They get to the top of the hill down there for the first time. And like John Oakes said, he's just really enjoying his new KTM. Bike's going well, and he's just nice and comfortable, does everything that he wants it to do. But he's going to have to chase down Dan Spencer.
Yep.
Rogerson there in fourth as they come across the line.
And I do think he's going to have to do some defending from the 38 of Dean Smith now as they're making their way through the infield section, round onto South Bank. Wadji there trying to show a wheel round the outside, but then diving back to the inside, not quite able to carry enough speed to get alongside the 95 of John Oakes there.
Jono knows his way around most tarmac circuits. He does a lot of track days on his superbikes and stuff like that, so he's a man who knows his wide and sweeping lines, and as a result they're just getting a nice bit of speed out of that turn onto South Bank and not giving Wadji any opportunity to make a pass. I was expecting more from Rogerson in this one because he showed some good speed in the previous race, but these guys, I think with the dirt being a little bit more predictable now, it's enabling the guys who are maybe not quite the best guys in the dirt to maybe be a little bit faster, and they both caught up. Big push down the inside. Jono not getting caught out again. So they've started to close up on Dan Spencer. They're all very tentative through there. It looks like
that's Rico in there taking that alternative line.
Yeah, obviously his teammate then he went up to the B group. So Dean Clark in 6th, Leon Pearson 7th, Tommy Sayer 8th, Max Feeney 9th, and Tom Nutter in 10th. It's the rest of the top 10, but they're all there or thereabouts. Again, Rogerson just trying to poke that Brothers Racing KTM down the inside. Wadji goes round the outside of Jono down there. That's a brave pass, but
he made it stick.
He made it stick. Thanks mostly to the marshals brushing all the stones off there. And here's Wadji round the outside. So third to first in 2 corners for the 38 of Dean Smith. And he will feel that maybe that's where he should have been all day. As Jono then now looks across the back of the 236, Dan Spencer on that Yamaha. Smith has absolutely checked out on that one. So whether he had a problem in the first one, got something rolling across the track there. I wonder what that is. It looks like a piece of. I'll tell you what that is. That's a piece of foam off the roll cage of a Superlight, because there was one in the gravel trap there at the end of the last race. So nobody getting caught out by that. But Smith then absolutely set this one on fire, running from third to first in 2 corners, and all of a sudden he's breaking away at the front.
Yep, he's managed a 1:42.2 on that last lap. So, and there is John Oakes there, finding a way past the 236 of Dan Spencer as they make their way around Skid Row.
That was a nice pass because he went the long way round, and Spencer just got to move over a little bit and shut the door on him, and he just didn't get himself in a position to do it. Rogerson now all over the back of Dan Spencer, so Rogerson is the man on the move, although he's still there in 4th as Johnny bounces down the tabletop. And you can see now this off-road is absolutely spot on, just a little bit of dust, but that's nothing at all to worry about as they get to the top. And like Jono's pass around the outside in this second race of this, where he rode around the outside of the bank, said not something he was looking to repeat in this one, because it was sketchy as a sketchy thing. But so a pass then, Rogerson has passed Dan Spencer, and all of a sudden what was quite a tight battle at the front of this one has blown itself out a little bit with Dan ending up now back on the in 4th position, and he's going to come under pressure from Rick Owen if he's not too careful. So there is Ian Rogerson. He's got a few laps to close down John Oakes with 4 to go, and we will see if he can manage to close that gap as they go into South Bank. Race leader already into the next corner, and it's fair to say that he should have been up in the B group really if everything had gone according to plan for him.
Oh, that's Liam Pearson that's actually there putting the pressure on Dan Spencer. So it looks like both Dean Clark and Liam have found a way past the 351 of Rick Owen. So Liam there on the 150, KTM 250F, and then there's the number 6 of Dean Clark there, just ahead of the Cranking Racing rider of Rick Owen as they make their way down that straight.
Yeah, it looks like a mistake then from Owen in the off-road, possibly. It's cost him a couple of spaces, and as a result he's now ended up back on the back of this group. You can see the holes there starting to appear. So we've got racing here tomorrow as well. Normally we do the British Championship on the Sunday. Oh, Spencer's stalled. So the Yamaha has just coughed and stopped there. That's a shame because he's been having a good day up to now. He did have a problem with it. Oh, and also another bot rider had stalled there. That's Rogerson. So all of a sudden it's all closed up back at the front. Yes. Rogerson, there's a race leader already onto the start-finish straight with John Oakes. So Rogerson lost a ton of time there.
Yeah.
So that's his charge to the front pretty much done.
And Dean Clark there nipping up the inside of the 150 of Liam Pearson there at the top of the off-road, just finding a way through. And you can see now they're closing in on each other. Liam looking racy through this tarmac section, going nice and wide to try and set himself up for the inside of this next corner.
Oh, that's
just
a nice
like that.
pass. And obviously he took the wide line round there, taking the better run of tarmac, because there's like a bit about a car width wide on the inside that's really choppy, which was where Clark was doing, covering the inside line, and Pearson has just got his elbows out, rode around the outside and got himself in a position to get up the inside as they went into the left-hander there at the end of that set of corners, and then he moves out into what is now going to be a good fourth position with 3 laps to go. It's been a beautiful sunny day here at Teesside. We've had some top class racing in brilliant conditions after the sketchy conditions at Three Sisters in round 1. It's nice to come to a track and put a set of tyres in, and the wheels and tyres in the morning, and not have to have them in and out 4 times. Although I do like the odd wet race. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Rogerson.
Rogerson taking a little bit of a weird line there, not utilising that berm. So I think if he potentially went a little bit wider and used the berm, he'd be able to carry a little bit more speed rather than sort of bobbling around on the flat.
I think he's still trying to get his head around how much grip he's got on slicks on wet dirt. It's never something that's easy to suss out, and if you get it wrong you end up on your ear, which he doesn't want to do. So 3 laps to go. Dean Smith cleared off then, fastest lap of the race, 1:38.9 I think last time by, so he's obviously found the sweet spot. It'll be interesting to see how whether he converts that into anything if he's hanging around to race tomorrow. National Championship tomorrow, obviously not going to be on our YouTube channel, but they'll still be racing all day here at Teesside Autodrome if you want to come and have a look at the circuit. And they've got pretty much all of the same riders, free to enter, so bring the family and have a day out in the sun watching some decent class bike racing.
I have to say I'm quite looking forward to trying to get back out there tomorrow and watching some of the racing today. I know that it's going to be just as competitive tomorrow.
So here's our race leader right on cue then, the 38 Dean Smith, and that Husky doing exactly what he needs it to do. Nice sweeping line. He's got nobody putting any pressure on him whatsoever. He can just ride where he needs to ride and do what he needs to do. In fact, I think the last, not last time I rode here, but the time before, he did exactly this in the first C Group race, checked out and won by a country mile, and I think I ended up just nicking second on the last lap. But he was gone. He was like 10 seconds up the track. He got a great start and he was just like, boom, he hit his laps. Really interested to chat with him later on, find out what happened to him in that first race and why he struggled so much in the second one. But he's definitely found his rhythm now, and he will come across the line to take the last lap flag for this final C Group Contract Solutions British Championship race. And so his first outing of the season after breaking a leg last year, and him and son a regular feature in this Supermoto paddock, but been away for quite a few races while he's healed up.
I think that was a good shot there to show just how much of a lead he's managed to establish in this race. 13 seconds across the line last time, so plenty of breathing room for him. He can bring this home nice and steady. A quick glance over the shoulder there through the chicane. It's one of the areas on the track where you can actually see riders that are behind you without having to take a big glance over the shoulder.
It did look like Rogerson had got back onto the back of John Oakes as they were coming through South Bank that time, so it'll be interesting to see what that is. We're going to stay with our race leader as he comes up there for the final time up the Bathmate step. Doesn't look like he's giving it the big send, and again just turns into there, not wanting to make any mistakes. You can see the holes then starting to dig out, but so much more grip than there was this morning when it was all loose marbles. as a result, he's just going to make these last couple of corners and see a little bit of foot swag there. Just pops his foot off the footrest. And this is the last place where you would like to think there was a mistake going to be made. That would be it. And Dean Smith then, the number 38 Husqvarna rider, will come across the line. Let's have a look in the background and see what's going on. If we look to the side there, down the hill, we will see, is it Rogerson or is it John Oakes? It's going to be difficult. It looked like it was John Oakes, to be honest, but we'll wait and see.
Oh, no, I think it might have been Rogerson there.
It is. Rogerson has made the pass. So Rogerson comes across the line second with John Oakes in third.
Then that looks like Dean Clark across the line in fourth, followed by the 150 of Liam Pearson in fifth place.
Rest of the riders then streaming across the line to complete their action for today. But yeah, glad to get back and get a nice cold drink. It is, it's fairly warm here, it has to be said. It's certainly a nice day, although our weather station here says it's 13 degrees. It's clearly warmer than that. Steve Smith then, the sausage sniper, it says on the back of his head.
It does. One of our Goon Squad riders out there on board that Husqvarna. He's been chased down by the number 6A in this race of Tyler Clark. Again, another good ride from him. So they will cross the line 14th and 15th respectively.
And Clark obviously not got much of a break because he's going to be out in our academy race, which is going to be not our last race of the day, according to what we saw on our timetable earlier on. So he's got one race break before he's back out on circuit to try and improve on his finishes in that class. But here we are then, Supermoto C, our race results brought to you by Contract Solutions. It was a win for the 38 of Dean Smith, 162 Ian Rogerson, then he's nicked the 95 of John Oakes for second at the death there. Jono then ended up third, Dean Clark fourth on the number 6, the 150 of Liam Pearson in fifth, Dan Spencer sixth, Max Feeney 7th and the 351 of Rick Owen in 8th.
9th we had the 19 of Tom Nutter, then in 10th the 62 of Eddie Rushford, who I believe played his joker in that race. Then we've got 11th the 96 of Lewis Cowper and 12th the 159 of Jason Laycock.
Then 13th Tommy Sayer, 14th the 671 of Steve Smith, 15th Tyler Clark and 16th David Murphy. So here is our B group then, the 63 then, the Bathmate rider are Kev Crowthers in our Race IQ British Supermoto Group B. Guys just waiting then to get out there on track. These B group races have been pretty decent, haven't they? We've had some good racing and hopefully the last one will deliver as well.
Yeah, definitely plenty of excitement in these B groups.
Whistle blows then to give the riders. There's the 58 of.
I believe that might be.
Yes, Craig Forshaw. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking. I'm just looking to see what I've got on it, where he's going to be starting on the grid. But I'm realising I'm looking at the C group grid. There is the grid. So it is going to be pole position then. Row 1 will be Simon Burgess on the 53 from Michael Craig, Scott Wright and Luke Armitage.
Then row 2, we've got the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds, alongside him Trips UK rider the 51 of Jason Slater, Automotive Solutions rider 666 of Darryl Pennington in 7th, and then the 117 of David Spafford in 8th.
Good ride from Spaff to get up there. Then it's the 63 of Kev Crowthers 9th, the 174 of Tom Elam in 10th, 82 of James Wood in 11th, and the 11 of Simon Nutter in 12th. There's our podium then for our C group riders. Roger Smith there in the middle, 162 of Ian Rogerson and the 95 of John Oakes, as you can see, all men of a certain age. A few sunroofs going on there on the thing, but that's the beauty of this sport here.
I like Dean Smith's graphics there. Looks like he's sponsored by Madry.
Yes, he does indeed, and we might go and see him for one later on, but that's the beauty of this paddock. Lots of guys out there just enjoying the racing. It's not necessarily a young man's sport, in fact it is quite the opposite, and as a result we have some great racing, some really good guys in our A group who've been around a long time, and this Supermoto ticks the box of race action without the need for motocross level fitness or injuries, and the road racing level of expense, which is what often appeals as well. But here comes Burgess then. He's a decent rider, and he's been on the cusp of A group all day. Didn't get a good start in the first one because apparently the lights were not particularly visible with the sun behind them. I can quite understand that, but that's now come round. There's the 666 of Daryl Pennington. Did not get the chance to talk to him between races. He had a brake problem there on that number 100 bike that he's borrowed from Alex Mullaney. There is the 51 of Jason Slater, who, like I said, he jumped off earlier on this morning in our warm-up lap of the first race on that step-down tabletop, and bounced himself down the track quite hard, but he recovered well to finish 7th. Had a decent run in the previous race, but then ran out of steam a little bit at the end and ended up back on the 7th row. But it's going to be Burgess from Craig from the 323 of Scott Wright. Interesting to see what Scott Wright can do with a front row start as we wait for the flag to be waved. There's Luke Armitage. He's found his way there. And the final rider comes to the grid.
Oh, that's Paul Reynolds on Liam Pearson's 250, so it looks like he might be having bike troubles.
Okay, so we've got... Who's that riding off?
That looks like Michael Craig pulling off the grid there.
So Michael Craig having a mechanical on the line and being sent off the track.
Is that maybe some fluid there on the track? I can't tell.
So we're just going to have a short delay while we're just going to put a little bit of dirt down just to soak that up. So whatever that is, it will be rubbed into the track, and then we'll get that up. Speedy Dry is...
I have a feeling that it may have been a little bit of overflow from coolant, maybe with the bike overheating. So these bikes don't run coolant; it's all just water.
But having said that, and that should do, I would have thought that would have been in an overflow tank. So we will get on with this one then. So a shame for Michael Craig. So all of a sudden, 3 riders on the front row. Under starters orders. Away they go. Burgess gets a big wheelie from somebody in the middle. Burgess gets a decent jump, but it is going to be the man from the outside. It is going to be Armitage that rolls round the outside. Who's that on the inside there?
That is Scott Wright.
That's Scott
there.
Wright. Oh, there's a lot of guys that are fancying this one then. Burgess is coming back. Slater's in there as well. Scott Wright down the inside. Armitage has a look across. Oh, that was so Slater's ended up on the floor. And I think he got chopped across the front of there. I don't think that was...
nowhere he could go there.
He's ended up on the floor. Yeah, he's not very happy with that man at all. And I think that was Daryl Pennington that he was wagging a finger at. So Slates ends up on the floor at the start of this first lap of our final race IQ. But it is Scott Wright that leads from Luke Armitage. Then it's Burgess. Then it is 82 of James Wood. They make their way up onto the off-road for the first time. Scott Wright then showing his off-road prowess then. And, he's showing off now.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Well, I did say it'd be interesting to see what Scott Wright could do with the start. He's got a start. Let's see what he can convert that into a win. They're just looking racy as well as they come to the off-road. I'm not expecting Luke Armitage to be able to pass Scott Wright in the off-road, but he's gone down. He's took the front.
I was going to say, I have a feeling that sending it over the tabletop was a little bit giddy first lap jitters, but just took the front.
Chase Sexton, that one's hard up. So Armitage then now at the front, gutting for Scott Wright. I don't think we can say commentators curse on that one because I had actually finished my sentence.
But it is the 145 of Luke Armitage there that has come out on top, and he's now currently leading our Race IQ B Group Race 3 as they come around South Bank, and he's being chased down by the number 53 of Simon Burgess there, who's trying to close that gap back to him. They'll all have been concertinaed with Scott Wright going down. Here's our Bathmate replay.
Well, this is the start. So this is Slater. Well, I think that there's 6 1/2 dozen there, but it looks like Pennington's just laid it across the front of Jason and he's left him nowhere to go.
Yeah, Jason in a little bit of a tricky sandwich there. He had Simon Burgess on the inside, Daryl Pennington on the outside, and not really anywhere he could go.
No, so that's what put him on the floor. So there's Armitage there, and then Burgess in second place. The battle then for third is Kev Crowthers, James Wood and Jamie Wrigglesworth. So that is a proper Bathmate beat up there. So Wood then, I think, who's now managed to put a pass on Crowthers, and he's finding his feet nicely on that new KTM. There he goes into the corner at the bottom of the hill. Looks like Crowthers is next run, then it's Rigg there in 5th. Craig Forshaw now up to 6th. Ollie Sims up to 7th on the XJ Smith, Mark Ronnie Schmidt Honda. So he's, again, another rider getting used to new machinery and riding himself in gently, which is always the idea. It's too easy to end up on the floor, especially with these tricky off-road conditions. But Burgess then, he's going to have to get his finger out. He's got 1.8 seconds to Luke Armitage.
James Wood, though, looking like he's closing the gap on board the 82 Bathmate machine there. Looks like he is starting to just close the gap ever so slightly on that 53 of Simon Burgess as they make their way round South Bank. And then behind him, he's got the 63 of Kevin Crowthers.
Yeah, Kev Crowthers then, oh man, it's no stranger to motocross, and his second full season in Supermoto as Armitage wheelies his way across the curbs. Burgess will feel that he's owed a win from this one, but Armitage was a little bit not off the pace, but that wasn't where I'd have expected him to be, considering he made the A group at the first round of Three Sisters. And again, just goes to show you, dubious, not quite on the pace in qualifying, difficult start. Very competitive B group, meaning that he hasn't managed to find his way into the top 2 in the previous races.
Looking really comfortable on that outside line there.
That was a really
there.
nice bit by Burgess. He's absolutely nailed that. Didn't make a good job of the tabletop, but nonetheless, that looked fast. He's definitely hanging off that number 53 Husqvarna. Is he going to... was 1.8 last time by. I don't think he's closed in a great deal.
No, it looks like they have all settled into these positions now, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's the 82 of James Wood now crossing the line. Simon Burgess did just do a fastest lap though, doing a 1:35.3, so the gap to Luke Armitage now 1.4 across the line.
There is James Wood on his new Bathmate KTM. Fresh bike for this year after campaigning Huskies for the last couple of seasons. And that certainly did not look like 2 seconds or 1.4 seconds the gap there. Burgess has closed up on Armitage quite a lot through South Bank.
And it also looks like the battle between Kev Crowthers and Darryl Pennington is also getting quite tight there, which is the battle for 4th. So that's the Automotive Solutions rider trying to find a way past. Oh, and he has. A little pop of smoke there, though.
Was it smoke or was that dust? It's hard to say. That was my first thing, that it was a bit of a puff of smoke on the overrun as you went down, got onto the brakes down at the end of the back straight. Pennington then getting tangled up with Slater on the first lap, managing to have a bit of a recovery ride back to 5th. But we've seen him. He was on good pace at the first round of Three Sisters, but obviously out there on a strange bike, and didn't get to talk to him as to what the problem was with that. They thought it was the ECU yesterday, but changed the ECU, thought it had gone away, but obviously that's not the case.
Yeah, but looking comfortable there on the spare bikes of the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. And I think that's then, I believe that's Craig Forshaw there closing in on the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth as well in that battle there.
So there's Crowthers on the 63, and then the next rider along will be Craig Forshaw, and there he is, the 58 on the Automotive Solutions Honda. So all of a sudden we've got a bit of a battle there with Forshaw. Oh, somebody going straight on there, not sure. That looked like that might have been Jamie Wrigglesworth pulling over to the side. He certainly was not on the racing line. That looks like that's going to put Ollie Sims up to 7th. We'll have a look in the background and see it is the number 73 Honda of Ollie Sims. So he's come from quite a long way back on the grid in this one to get himself up in 7th place. Lee Codlin, the next rider along, and then it is the 10 of Dax Almond. So through the dust. I think that was definitely the dust that we saw from the number 100. But there is Forshaw then. Like I say, he was well up in the first one, threw it on the ground, and then it's been a recovery day ever since. We'll be hoping for better luck tomorrow. The Bathmate step, and then So almost perfect conditions here. It would be nice just to have a little bit more moisture in this dirt, but under the circumstances, I don't think that we could have asked for any more with 4 laps to go. Crowders then coming back a little bit. I think once they get onto the tarmac, Craig Forshaw will start to just motor away. Just have a little glimpse over his shoulder there. See, that looks like there's Sims in the background, and he is coming under pressure. But it looks like Dax Ullman now on the back of the 73.
Looking at our timing screen, the gap between our leader and the number 53 of Simon Burgess in second now opened up to about 1.7 seconds on that last lap. So Simon Burgess not able to retake a fighting position for first. Luke Armitage now the fastest man on track, doing a 1:34.255.
Yeah, he checks out at the front as Armitage. Here he is
on cue.
Round the hairpin. In fact, that's only 1.7. He's not over and done. Another look over his shoulder, a nervous one at that. That felt like Burgess is not. He's not giving this up. I think that this is still going to have a sting in the tail. This one. Simon Burgess went to the outside last time, and there he is again, and that's a much faster line. Well, certainly on the face of it, we'll see again. Armitage not making the leap. There's Burgess down the inside. That tight to put. Oh, did he just tip over then? That looked like that was a real moment for Burgess, but he was there in the. Just caught him in the background, so he did not go down. Only 2 to go next time by as they come down the hill back onto the main part of the circuit through this what is normally a very, very fast either right or left-hander, depending on which way round you run the circuit. But now it looks like Armitage then 1.8 this time, so the gap just out by a couple of tenths. But it does seem like Burgess has a little bit of something in the middle of the circuit that closes that gap in. So from here round, I think he's fast around South Bank, definitely.
Yeah, he's able to carry more speed and close that gap down to the 1:45 of Luke Armitage. You can see here that gap does close in on him quite late on the brakes, and a nice tight line there as they come round through this really tricky corner. So as you head out through here, you are really trying to thread the needle through this, what's most of the time a chicane for anything like a car to a car, but the Supermotos are able to basically straight line through there. And again, hard on the brakes there at this hairpin as they come round. Burgess is still not able to find anything that's able to close that gap up any closer to be able to try and put a move on him. We'll see which line he takes through the off-road.
Yeah, he goes to the outside again. He's allowing himself to be a little bit more aggressive, but you can only do so much. This is the thing where he just doesn't seem to be able to get it through and out. Oh, that was really nice. I just think Luke Armitage is riding a real nice pace, and Burgess is throwing everything that he can at it, and it just isn't going to be quite enough. There's only a couple of tenths between them at lap times at best, and as we are now starting the final lap, I think Armitage has shown enough speed that it's now in his hands whether Burgess gets a shot at an attempt to pass. It's the first turn that's really difficult.
Yeah, so Armitage here round South Bank on board that KTM. See, that looks like he's having a little bit of judder there from the rear as he comes round, which might be the reason that the 53 of Simon Burgess is able to close in on him just in that section of the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got problems around South Bank, you have got problems. It's not a nice place to have the bike feel uncomfortable. I've ridden around there and had front end patter, and you just feel like any moment now you are going to end up on your ear. But he's done enough, I think. So yeah, that just looks worse than it is. Flying over it from top of the dirt section there. And this Skid Row not been anywhere near the problem at this direction of circuit than it is going in the opposite direction.
And also, with it being lovely weather today, it's not had any moisture on it. So that can also be a problem.
And also the fact that we're not dragging dirt on it from the off-road section, which we will be tomorrow. So before we're here again tomorrow, no live stream, just a national championship race tomorrow. But if you fancy making your way to Teesside Autodrome, if you're up this neck of the woods, a nice free day for you. But there's Armitage then out of the last but one turn, and he will come through onto the start-finish straight. Have a look over shoulder and take what is a fairly comfortable win then at the end from Simon Burgess, who just backed off. Here's the battle in the mid-pack. What's going on there? That looks like Lee Codling and Tom Elam.
Yeah, and just behind them you've also got, I believe, the 97 of Dax Almond.
So where did Dax get up to? Because he was quite a long way. Yeah, so he was there in 10th. So that's that battle there, and they come up the step for the final time.
I think we've got a battle there with, is that Dave Spafford and Adrian Dealey? Yep.
That's a decent ride from Dealey, because he's come from the C group. So to be up with somebody that was in the top 10 on the grid, that's a good ride from the 555. As he starts to find his feet in this Supermoto class.
Yep, and that's the 111 of Duncan right there on board that TM machine that he has switched to for this year.
That looks like that's Jorge Parkin that is there trying to make a pass as they come out. Is it Jorge or is it Shane? I think that is Jorge.
I think that one's Jorge.
Yeah, he's on the 88.
And there is the 164 of Sean Jones crossing the line, so he's finished a respectable 19th after moving up from RC group.
Yeah, it's always difficult. You're never going. The days of having groups where there's a little bit of a mismatch, and you can have guys coming up from the C group, winning the C's, and then getting to the front of the B's are long gone. So it's far tighter than that now. So it was a win then for the 145 of Luke Armitage. He will take victory on that CF Moto Sparta from the 53 of Simon Burgess, with the 666 of Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions Husky in 3rd, and the Bathmate KTM of James Wood in 4th. And then it was the 58 of Craig Fallshaw, 63 of Kev Crowthers in 6th. 7th it was Shane Parkin. It was Shady. He had a good 7th for him, and 8th for Tom Elam.
And then in 10th, 9th, we had the 183 of Lee Codling. Alongside him, we had the 97 of Dax Almond. Then Scott Wright, after his little tip-off from a hero start, he finished in 11th, along with the number 51 of Jason Slater. That
was a good ride for Slater on the back. He was on the floor. Then it was 13th with Dave Spafford, 14th Simon Nutter, number 11, 15th Adrian Dealey, and 16th Jorge Parkin. So here we are in the holding area for the final race of our A group. Here they are, the fast 42 of Oliver Holmes with our reverse grid in this British Championship. He will start from pole position. And as a result of that, he's probably wishing that he'd have finished 9th in that last one.
No, he has already told me he's going for a whole shot and to lead this race. He wants it for a lap.
Fair enough. So British Supermoto, and let's not forget that Ollie, a multiple British Channel Islands and British Hill Climb champion, and definitely somebody who knows what he's doing. So you look there at Andy Mitchell. He had a couple of offs in race 2. Just a tip off and a stall, but very happy with his day so far. Paulie Baxter, there's the 211 of Lambourne, 59 of Dan Billam, and then final rider coming to the grid was the 67 of Blake Wilson. So there's the grid then. It will be pole position for the 42 of Oliver Holmes, with Lee Williams number 94 on the high-tech coatings Husky in 2nd, Chris Walker on the Trips.uk KTM in 3rd, and Jamie Duncan there number 7 in 4th.
Then row 2 we have the 54 Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman in 5th. Alongside him, Trips UK rider 217 of Richard Sharp in 7th. In 6th and 7th we've got Alex Mulaney number 100 alongside ex-teammate Chris Hodgson there in 8th.
Then row 3 we've got the 817 of Harley Sharp, the 61 of Andy Mitchell, the 108 of Dean Hillier, and the 9 of Brad Hardy.
Then row 4 we've got the 110 of Chris Eastwood, the 138 of Paul Groom, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, and the 311 of Jake Sayer.
And then on the back row of the grid, Chris Lambourne 211, Paul Baxter number 24, Blake Wilson on the 88, and Neil Meelan on the 101. In fact, we have got another 2 riders on the back who went up last time. We'll see who they are in a minute. But there is our podium from our final B group race today. It was a win then for Luke Armitage, and he's there just discussing with Simon Burgess the joys of the race, and a 3rd place in the end for the 100 of Darryl Pennington, who overcame that tangle with Jason Slater early on to get 3rd place on the box. Looks like there's Michael Craig, so he was the man that started the race and was pulled off the line. There's Darryl Pennington. And again, local man to this part of the world as our A group comes to the line. So well done, guys. Thank you very much. Decent then race there for Luke Armitage. We would have liked to have seen him maybe get on the back of the A group grid, but here we go then. So I'm fancying Willow for a bit of a start here, and we'll see whether Chris Hodgson can just rail around the outside of everybody else. Also fancying Chris Walker. He's been riding really well.
Yep.
He's feeling it. A little bit like Andy Mitchell. He's a guy that's like out there on he's on good machinery, and he said, I've got the speed, I've got the fitness that I need now, I'm bike fit, I'm not giving anything to anybody. And both of those guys are getting their elbows out a little bit more. They're not making it easier for the young guys. There is Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds UK TM, and like I say, just leading the bike over to get as much oil around that clutch as he possibly can. There is Alex Mullaney. He'll be the man that will be wanting to try and take a whole shot as they come under starters' orders. Away they go. Let's see who looks like. I think that's Walker's going to get that. He looks across. It is going to be the 155 of Chris Walker. Will tip into South Bank. Mullaney's come round the outside. So's Hodgson. So these two guys now. If Mullaney throws it up the inside of Walker, this is going to be a big break for him. Hodgie down the inside. It's all tight. So those two guys up to first and second. But it is Mullaney then through turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3 now in the lead. Hodgson there in second. Walker third. Looks like it might be Jamie Duncan in fourth as they come onto the back straight.
Yeah, great start there for the youngster of Alex Mullaney there out in front. So coming there from the second row back, taking that wide outside line round South Bank, it's now the 74 of Chris Hodgson applying the pressure as they come into the off-road now for the first time. So Mullaney opting for the inside line like most of these riders here. It looks like Jamie Duncan there opting for the outside line there, trying to rail it round that berm.
Yeah, Duncan then the first of the fat and fast riders managing to overhaul his teammate who started on pole, Ollie Holmes, which is not really no surprise. Ollie's a decent rider, but everybody properly going for it. But it is Mullaney who hopefully will find his way through this final turn. Just try and get down there, hold the inside line, and he will lead. He will lead across the line. Needs to stop looking around him. He just needs to get his head down. He will lead a lap. Chris is just going to pick his moment. Is he going to dive up the inside here? There was certainly room. He's very close to the back of him. Oh, Hodgie lights the back up. Alex's knee down style. He's going to I think that's going to maybe affect Chris's ability to pass him, because the lines that they will now ride will not be the same. Can Chris throw it down the inside here? They've already started to get a decent gap on Walker, who's on the grass as they come out of South Bank full the second time. He got it stopped. He's there with Jamie Duncan again. Another great ride for Chris Walker. He's currently lying third overall in this championship, I think.
And then there is our Race IQ on-board cam there with Richard Sharp there behind the 42 of Oliver Holmes as they make their way down that long straight towards this hairpin. But it is still the number 100 of Alex Mullaney who leads out in front, defending against the 74 multiple British champion of Chris Hodgson. Hodgson looking like he's going to try the outside line of the off-road.
If he makes the pass here, this will be a proper job, but I think that he will struggle to get the power down of the TM out of this hairpin. He's there. Alex has got the run up the hill. It was a good try, but not quite enough. Mullaney will hold him off for another lap. Walker still third, 1.5 seconds adrift. Duncan then just another second behind. Mullaney then holding a nice tight line.
You can get a really good feel for how slippy it is coming off this off-road here with this Race IQ onboard camera. You can see there Richard Sharp trying to take a wider line there to the 42 of Oliver Holmes as they make their way through past the start finish.
So Chris again getting really close to the back of Mullaney as they come down to that really tight right-hander. But Chris Hodgson is not a 17-time champion for nothing. He will pick his moment. He's not going to force the issue.
I've got to say, so Alex Mullaney out in front doing a 1:27.86 to Chris Hodgson's 1:27.81. These guys are currently almost 3 seconds faster than anyone else on track, so they really have pulled a lead.
So I don't know whether you get the feeling that Chris wants to make a nice pass rather than one down the back straight. He wants to ride his way past, not to blast past on the speed advantage. But looking at how it was down the back straight, there wasn't a lot in it. So Hodgie again goes to the outside. Is he going to be a bit faster this time? Mullaney gets out of there nicely across the centre section of the dirt over the tabletop, and I think that again this time Alex, he knows he's got to keep his finger, or a little bit of a bobble from Hodgie, and Alex this time gains a couple of bike lengths on him. It's a fantastic battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. But I do not want to take our eyes off this battle for the lead. It's been we've waited for somebody to challenge Chris Hodgson all day, and the fact that it's Alex Mullaney there He's as he holds on for another lap. Says 8 to go next, I think. So fastest lap of the race. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think he's just holding on. Alex is putting in some absolutely fire laps out there with that knee down style. It's obviously helping having the pressure of Chris there to cheat him on a little bit, I think.
Look, he's running the pace. I don't think Chris is sitting there. He's just sitting there waiting. But I think he wants to make it. He wants to make the pass on his terms. He doesn't want to have to force one. But as this race runs down, it's going to take a mistake to give Chris a little bit of an advantage, because Chris does not need to win this last race to take the overall victory here this weekend. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to go away with 3 wins and the fastest lap and Super Pole, a gentleman's set. But it also means that Alex Mullaney is even more determined to want to try and hang on. And let's not forget, this youngster, only 18 years old, is very much in the ascendancy. And so Chris was probably winning championships before Alex was born. I know he's not quite that old, but certainly I raced with Chris. I remember him racing back in the early 2000s. To see Alex at the age that he is now, taking it to a man who's won more British championships than anybody else, certainly bodes well for his future. He's certainly got that bike working really well, because there's trick. Oh, and Hodgie's lost the rear. Hodgie's gone down. That shows you how hard he was trying. Oh, he runs to the bike, but all of a sudden Alex has got a lead.
Alex will know that he now cannot hear that TM. He will know that Chris is not all over the back of him. That will now open up an 8-second gap back to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who has been promoted up to second. So Alex has now got breathing room. It's now his race to lose.
And let's more importantly, if Hodgie's gone back too far and he's struggled to get that TM fired up, this could hand the overall victory not only for the under-21 championship, which is definitely wrapped up today. We watched the Pathmate replay. Let's watch it. Hodgie comes out the corner. Did he hit the curb on the way in and unsettle the bike? But that shows you how hard he's trying. Hopefully Chris is okay and he's managed to remount, but all of a sudden Mullaney will have had a bit of a look and gone, you know what, it's all gone quiet. Let's hope that he knows this juncture.
Alex had even gone faster on that lap as well, managing a 1:27.1. So he's chipping away.
Turned the screw there, hasn't he? And that's forced Chris Hodgson into what you would say is an uncharacteristic mistake. He has to look over his shoulder and there's nobody there. He's definitely going to have a look down the bottom of the hill here, because he's going to have a pit crew at the side of the track. He's going to tell him he's got a big. He looks over his shoulder again. He knows he's got a massive gap. And there he is. Well, I think if that's the case, we can go back and have a look at some of the battles. So let's just have a look. Hodgie is down in 6th place at the moment. Let's see where he is. He's tucked in behind Richard Sharp. There he is.
Yep, so now this will be damage limitation for the 74 of Hodgson now to try and get past the number 9 of Bradley Hardy.
I think he's been off again, because that's Brad Hardy as well. So Oliver Holmes has gone across the line. He's just going to put the pass around the outside. He's not going to put a pass on the outside of Brad Hardy. So
that would put him now down in 12th place.
Yeah, so it looks like Chris has been off again. So that, to me, that is a game changer for the overall. So it's Mullaney from Duncan, from Richard Blakeman, with Chris Walker in 4th and Richard Sharp in 5th. And this is why we race. It's never over till it's over.
This is going to throw a spanner in our overalls as well, Phil.
Yeah, well, I'm not wearing overalls. I've got shorts on today. Badum-tish. But nobody expected that we would be seeing Chris Hodgson having to battle his way from outside the top 10. He's got to throw it round the outside of Brad Hardy. He's there on the back of Dean Hillier. And Dean Hillier don't move for anybody. So
he was going for a twofer there, wasn't he?
He was. But yeah, Chris now back in. Like I say, he's going to need to push through. Look, I know that Chris is going to be not very happy about this, but he's not. He knows that was all on him. But Mullaney then a 10-second lead over Jamie Duncan, with Blakeman in 3rd, Walker 4th, and Richard Sharp 5th. I really want to know how the overalls are going to pan out on this one, but I think that there's a good chance that this will give Mullaney the victory. And it's going to be close between Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan for 2nd, possibly. Richard Sharp and Richard Blakeman for 2nd.
Could see there the battle for fourth with Richard Sharp trying to find a way round past Trips UK team boss, the 155 of Chris Walker there. But it is still, there's the 108 of Dean Hillier. Hodgson has found a way past, so we'll have to try and see how far he can now make his way back up through the pack.
But that means that, let's say, Mullaney then, a 9-second lead with 4 laps to go. And managed to get the our overalls out the minute as Hodgie closes down. But here's a battle then, the teammates then. And Chris Walker doing everything, I won't say everything can to hold him off, but there's certainly not want to be contact. Sharpie needs this pass for the over to certainly get in second place overall. And he will do his best. He's gone to the outside line, but these are the two these are the two Trips teammates.
That, and these guys are also battling for that over 45 championships, as well as the number 61 of Andy Mitchell. But currently leading that championship is the 217 of Richard Sharp.
Yeah, this does matter because, like I say, Chris Walker's second in the championship. Third in the championship. Let's not forget. So this does matter. He's not going to lay over for Richard Sharp any way, shape or form as they come across the line with 4 to go. Mullaney then still 10 seconds clear. Jamie Duncan 2.5 seconds up the track from his teammate Richard Blakeman. Those two are pretty much rolling around on their own at the moment. But this is the battle then between the two Trips.UK teammates of the 155 of Chris Walker there in fourth, with Richard Sharp down the inside in fifth. He's going to try and throw it down the inside. Chris looks across. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Walker has a look over his shoulder and he will see the 94 of Lee Williams there on the High-Tech Coatings Husky. He's also having a good ride in there in sixth.
Looking
Harley
out.
Sharp in seventh. That's a great ride for Harley as well.
Brilliant ride for the under 21 rider, but he is the 74 of Chris Hodgson, has found a way past the 61 of Andy Mitchell to make his way up to ninth, so he'll now have his eyes set on the 42 of Oliver Holmes to try and claw his way back up the pack. I don't think that Walker's going to have anything to give back to Sharpie on this one, unfortunately.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think if the opportunity came, he would certainly take the chance. But Sharpie, a little bit quicker in the dirt, a little bit quicker in the tarmac, and Chris Walker doing everything that he can do now just to hold on to what is going to be a good good fifth place finish. Sorry. With Willow there all over the back of him in sixth. As we said, he did have a problem in the one of the earlier races with his goggles that cost him a couple of places.
Can see that.
The overall results are anybody's guess.
There's Hodgson has found a way past the 42 fat and fast rider of Oliver Holmes on that lap, so he's now chasing down the 817 of Harley Sharp there. So that's now put him up to 8th place.
So a win and an 8th is not going to get Chris Hodgson on the top step of the podium. I think we're looking at a 1-2-3 finish for Alex Mullaney, which will certainly give him overall victory if he can bring that across the line. And by my rudimentary mathematics, I think that Richard Sharp will have done enough, possibly, to be either second or third, depending on whether he scored more points than Chris Hodgson. But it's going to be tight. If you can do some fingers and thumbs maths for us, Danielle, that would be good. But still 2 laps to go, and there's a couple of riders in front of Hodgie, and he desperately needs to make these passes. It is Walker and Lee Williams. It'll be interesting to know what happened to Hodgie, and you're not going to get a chance to talk to him because he's not going to finish in the top 3 in this one. So, I'm looking forward to hearing what Alex Mullaney has to say, because he, again, fastest lap of the race for the man in the lead, tells you the story of the race as far as I'm concerned. Willow just catches those water barriers there as he comes onto the start finish. But this is the man then that he's never won one of these and just got another 3/4 of a lap to bring it home. He's changed his riding style. He's gone back to an older bike that really suited him, and he's put the pressure on. He got a good start. He made Chris Hodgson do the work from behind, and Chris then just lost the rear of that TM onto the start-finish straight about 5 laps in, and let Alex Mullaney ride away into the sunset, as it does indeed start to set a little over this Teesside racetrack. But Mullaney then, this will be his first race win, provided he can bring it home. And by my fingers and thumbs maths, should also give him the overall victory on the day.
He did say that in his podium interview for race 2 that he was looking for an overall, and to have done it in such a sort of established way, he's not gone out there and done it by other people falling off.
You can see him there. He's
this
absolutely
means a
over
lot
the
to
moon.
him.
If I had a hat on, I'd take it off to Alex Mullaney. Congratulations, son, on your first race win, British Championship level. He's well happy with that, well deserved. There's Hodgie then closing down. He still hasn't managed to find a way past Chris Walker. It looks like Willow's gone missing somewhere. So Willow's there. He's put the pass on him. So he's not going to put the pass on Walker. Duncan across the line. Danielle is going to get herself down to victory circle, and we will get to talk to Alex Mullaney on what was and let him tell us how that race went for him. I really cannot wait to hear what he's got to say. But it was then Mullaney who took the win from Duncan in second, Richard Blakeman, his teammate, in third. Fourth place, Richard Sharp, and Hodgie managing to get past Chris Walker on the line by... In fact, no, it was so. He was right on the back of Richard Sharp. So it was a pass then on the final circuit for Hodgson, and it was Sharpie that he was right on the back of as they came across the line. So a 1-1-5 will not be to 1-2-3. So they, I think, will be first, second and third with Richard Sharp. So they will be first and second with Richard Sharp taking third. But I'm sure you'll agree that that was a fantastic race. I was really looking forward to the battle with Chris Hodgson having to make the pass. But the downside of him sliding off just in that corner that we can see there means that Alex Mullaney takes his first British Supermoto race win at the highest level, and also his first overall. We will go through the rest of the results, but it is Automotive Solutions, Alex Mullaney, that is going to take victory. You can hear the bike on the rev limiter as he comes through, from Jamie Duncan in second, Richard Blakeman third, and Richard Sharp in fourth. Then fifth place, recovery for Chris Hodgson, sixth Chris Walker, seventh Lee Williams, a great eighth for Harley Sharp, another top 10 for that young man, ninth for Oliver Holmes, and 10th for Andy Mitchell. 11th was Brad Hardy. But this is the man of the moment. This man came through our academy class. He had an absolute stinker of a season last year, but there he is. Camera can celebrating with his team. And there he is with Chris Hodgson. I mean, Chris did everything. He's not going to hand this bloke a win. He will be the first man to admit that that mistake came out of the pace that he was running. So there, Danielle is down there in victory lane with our top three. Let's go down to her.
So we're here with the 54 of Richard Blakeman. You managed to bring it home in third place for the final Trips UK A Group race of the day. Well done. How did you manage it?
Stayed on. That's the key thing. No, it was an eventful race. I got a bit of a poor start. I ended up going through, making some good overtakes. We just kept my nose clean and kept going. I caught myself in a barrier going onto the dirt, which sat me up. I don't know if mushy come off at all, I don't know. But no, I enjoyed that. Pace were there. So I was catching Jamie a little bit, but then we got a nice gap. So it was a good race. Enjoyed it.
Well, that's good to hear. And it was a fat and fast 2-3. So in second place, it was Jamie Duncan on Old Faithful SE.
Old Betsy still does it.
Good race, second. You can put that other bike to bed, I think. I think you're very much settled in on the old bike, aren't you?
I think so. We've got a bit of work to do with that if I'm going to ride it again. If not, when you get us made faster so I can keep up with them TMs. But it's good to be back up here after, 9 months? 8 months? Something like that. Almost forgotten what it's like, so see how the rest of the season goes.
Yeah, it's definitely a big confidence boost, especially coming back from injury.
Yeah.
And I think now the man of the moment, it is Alex Mullaney. If I can just squeeze through, I think congratulations.
Right, we've just lost the wireless there, so if Danielle can just hold on in pit lane, we're going to try and get back to the beginning of that interview with our race winner. We've just lost the radio mic down there in pit lane. which most unfortunate. We're watching our academy riders then out there on circuit at the moment. But we're doing our best to get that back up and running for you. And we will definitely go back and talk to Alex, because that's something that we really, really need to do. These guys are out there on their sight lap at the moment. You can see the track conditions then almost perfect. Blue groove down there on the outside of the circuit. Alex! Right, so problem with the radio mic, so in the comms booth, very, very emotional Alex Mullaney. Mate, let me shake your hand, that was fantastic.
Thanks.
Your first race win at the British Championship and your first overall. How are you feeling, mate?
It doesn't feel real, to be honest with you. Just massive thanks to everyone else around me. I said in the last interview I'd like to have a go at winning. So hopefully I can get it done in the next one, and I managed to do it, which all went my way. I got it done on the first lap and I managed to lead, and I had Chris behind me for a lap, but so I don't even know what to say. I'm stuck for words, and it just doesn't feel real.
I mean, we was like 3 or 4 laps into the race. We could see that Chris wasn't trying to force the issue anywhere. He was just like, right, I'm just going to keep a bit of pressure on, But the lap times were telling us that you were not there at the front of the race, making Chris Hodgson just sitting behind you. You were forcing him to make the pace, and obviously we saw it. You haven't seen it yet on the feed, but he lost the rear coming onto the start finish straight here. You'd got the pace, you had the fastest lap of the race, and once he slid off, that was it. And obviously with him not being able to remount and then falling again, that's handed you the overall as well, mate.
Yeah, just that first half of the race, I knew we weren't going to force anything in because he's my ex-teammate, obviously, but massive thanks to him as well over the years. He's brought me where I am. I've been going at it my 6th year this year, and it's finally come. My dream always was to win an A race before I was 18, and I didn't quite get it done. But now I've done it. It's just something else. I'm stuck for words.
And obviously it was great to see. Obviously, Chris, one of the first to congratulate you. Like you say, you've learnt a lot from him. He's obviously, at the pinnacle of the sport, but you're there and you've just taken a scalp in the round 2 of the British Championship.
Yeah, he was there straight away. I knew he would be, but I honestly God, I don't even know what to say.
Well, let's hope that you can continue to build on it. You had a difficult season last year. You've started off as you mean to continue this year. You've taken the overall win, and Alex Mullaney, congratulations.
Thank you.
So fantastic then to talk to Alex Mullaney. Apologies that the radio mic went down there at the end of that one. But a fantastic event. And we go back to on-screen action, so make no apologies for getting to talk to Alex Mullaney. He came from this class that's now out there on track at the moment, and it is Edward Darnton that comes across the line. Still a few laps to go. He's got a 1 second lead over Archie Reynolds, with Max Rhodes in 3rd and Tyler Clark in 4th. But fantastic to see Alex Mullaney take victory. Like I said, the radio mark died at the most inopportune moment there. I'm sorry about that, Daniel. I was really looking forward to interviewing, to listening to what you'd got to say to Alex Mullaney, but I'll take the win on that one because I got to talk to him instead, and to see the level of pleasure and just that the kid was totally overwhelmed.
Oh,
you saw it down there.
Just how much it meant to him.
Yeah.
It was very much well deserved for him there. And just to think, the riders out in this one, it could be them one day.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's not not forget that in the A race that we've just seen it won by Alex Mullaney and Harley Sharp finishing 9th. Both came out of this class.
Yeah.
So it shows you that it is definitely the stepping stone to stardom. And but let's not overlook the fact that we've still got our last race on track. It is the last of our academy races, and Ed Darnton still managing to hold sway at the front. Archie Reynolds again has done a lot. He's pushed him all day, but he's not quite had what it takes to get a wheel in on him. So he didn't see the start of the race because we were too busy doing the interview stuff. Max Rhodes there in 3rd. He's a couple of seconds adrift, and then Tyler Clark and Jackson Bennett battling for 4th and 5th. I'm going to say that Tyler Clark, of all the riders in this class, has impressed me the most today. We've come to expect that Ed Darnton will be running at the front, the same with Archie Reynolds, but I would say that Tyler Clark has certainly upped his game here for this second round of the British Supermoto Championship.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely. I think that's entirely fair to say that Tyler Clark has definitely found another gear when it comes to racing in this academy class on board that Husqvarna, from sort of racing mid-pack here and there to now battling for positions with riders that we know are well established in this class. Worth mentioning, Archie Reynolds actually our fastest man on track at the moment with a 1:41.7, and he is closing down that gap on Ed Darnton, but there is number 6 of Tyler Clark there, keeping the 79 of Jackson Bennett at bay there, holding a very respectable 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, so Jackson Bennett does know his way around this Teesside racetrack. As I said before, he's a local to this one, and if he's riding anywhere, he's riding here. Obviously, we've got guys who can know their way around Three Sisters like the back of the hand, and Tyler and Jackson Bennett, one of the guys that puts a lot of laps in at this circuit. Not saying that he rides up here a lot, but if he's going to ride, he's going to be doing it here. And so for Tyler Clark to take him as a scalp and be still only a couple of seconds adrift of Max Rhodes at 3/4 distance of this race, that's dried out perfectly now. I'm really looking to see how this track rides tomorrow. As I said before, we are here tomorrow at Teesside Autodrome for our National Supermoto Championship, where we've pretty much got the same riders and a few others besides, and we also have some more small bike tarmac only classes, and we'll be here all day tomorrow if you fancy coming and having a look at Teesside Autodrome, just on the A66 here in Middlesbrough. But Clark then still doing enough. Like I say, he's not dropping off from the back of Max Rhodes at a rate of knots.
The gap to Ed Darnton now has actually closed down to, I think, the least we've seen it all weekend. So he's currently down to less than a second with 0.9 between Reynolds and Darnton on that last lap, with Reynolds again going faster, doing a 1:40.81.
So we'll see if there's anything there. They are right on cue. So the 41 is he just doing enough? Now we did say that he picked up an injury earlier in the day and give his foot a real bit of a whack. So if he's just, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, if you can get on the bike and ride, you're going to be fine. But he might just be niggling him a little bit. But he's just, I think Reynolds has just had enough of looking at the back of that 41 for 2 3/4 races, and I think he fancies a bit of a go. We're not going to have many laps left, 2 or 3 maybe.
At the moment, it's showing 4 laps to go on our timing screen.
Yeah, we've got last lap up on the time thing, but unfortunately, I think that is not correct. But we'll certainly know when it's last lap because Kurt will stick it out and we will see it. So this is the bit where Reynolds actually looks like he is faster than Darnton, and he's able to be faster, and he's going the outside line. He's not trying to go inside and make a pass. He's trying to go outside and make some time at this point. If he gets close enough, then maybe he'll send it down the inside on the last lap, but he's got to get there.
Yeah, and it's sort of been the story of the first 2 races as well. Reynolds just not able to get close enough to better show a wheel. But if he can keep closing this gap down now as they come across the start finish, we'll be able to see what that gap is now.
Still no last lap flag, so a couple to go at least. And Darnton then, like I say, just see him keeping the bike on that nice tarmac, doing the knee down style, not riding over the bumps.
Yeah.
Making the bike work. I know they were having trouble getting the gearing right on that at Three Sisters. They couldn't get the sprocket that they needed on the back, and he was on the limiter a lot, so that may well also be the case here. But it looks like he stretched it out just enough to take the pressure off.
He has, so he has opened that gap up to 1.2 and has put in a fastest lap of a 1:40.3. So he's settled in now. He's just coming up on, I believe that's the back marker of Jackson Nuttall now as they head down this long straight now for...
Feels like it goes on forever, and it's even longer going the other way because you've got you come out from behind the trees and you've still got the fast bit at the end to try and get it stopped into that left-hand hairpin. But a real nice track, and the beauty of this one that whilst we're not blessed with lots of different options for layouts like we are at Three Sisters, we've certainly got 2 very, very good tracks that work well in either direction. And to be honest, that is one of the things, this dirt section, the fact that we can run it both ways round and it offers something for on both sides of the circuit is really, really good. So again, up there, again, you can see that the heart, almost blue groove at the top of the hill, but the dust that was that threatened to make the day not great, and not to really materialise in a way that's given anybody any worries. Reynolds is still not giving this up. Nice wheelie from Darnton on the gas. We're going to see the last lap flag this time by, quite possibly. No, still another one to go.
Yeah,
You were right.
It's
Who
2
knew?
laps to go. Miracles do happen.
Yeah,
Phil.
I can't see your laptop screen from here. It's too far away. But yeah, it just looks like 1.5. Then the gap. They've broken the toe of Max Rhodes. He's going to take another third, but he'll still be looking at his championship position and thinking, well, yeah, okay, I'm still there or thereabouts. It's a long season, and as a result of that, he will take what I think is going to be third overall from him. There's no doubt that these 3 guys are going to be the top 3 on the podium, and Darlington will, for the second time, take maximum points. But I feel that Reynolds will think that he's certainly there for the taking. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to do at the next round, which is on the bank holiday weekend at the end of the month. I think we are we Saturday, Sunday or Sunday, Monday there? I think we're Saturday, Sunday, aren't we? So
yeah, I believe so. I believe we will be on the 25th of May.
So that is the May bank holiday weekend. But yeah, Reynolds, and again, he's filling out because he doesn't look like he's big there, but he was quite a lot smaller than this last year. And he's just started to fill out, which obviously he's getting extra strength, but with that comes a little bit of extra weight. The bike doesn't quite go like it did. And like I say, watching him in practice, he was, him on the gas down there. He's properly getting it pinned, but not able to close in on our race leader.
And there is our last lap flag there for the 41 of Ed Darnton.
Was it
as
due?
He comes round. It was expected from our timing screen, Phil.
Yeah, okay. But he's done enough. He's got good starts, and he's not let anybody give him the chance to shake him at all. And in fact, as Reynolds has suddenly gone 2.3 down. Whether he's just gone, do you know what? I'm giving this up. There he is. Yeah, he's still going to take an easy second. But again, another little wave of the leg. But giving it up and just going, I'm going to ride it in a second. I'll take the points. And then maybe the next track we go to, it will suit me a bit better and I'll have something for it. It is a long championship. We've seen these, these championships be decided on, mechanical breakdowns and silly little tip overs and all sorts of stuff. So not taking any risks towards the end of this race. He's given it as much as he can, not managed to get anything close to a pass, and he's going to back off and take an easy second place. They've got 20 seconds back to Max Rhodes now, so that's well and truly done as he bounces over the bumps. Again, none of them sending it up the hill.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a hole there formed on the exit of that berm, but not giving these guys any trouble as they make their way through the off-road for the final time of the day. Ed Darnton there, again, sticking to the line that he knows, heading up what is almost a bit of a step up, sort of 2 humps as they head up there. Like you say, almost blue grooving as they make their way back down, and he's on the pegs, nice and tight round those barriers, and he'll come across the line to take a very well deserved 3 out of 3 in our FF Solutions Academy final race of the day.
Yeah, good second place there for Reynolds. Third will be Max Rhodes.
We've still got a battle there between the number 6 and 79 of Jackson Bennett now as they make their way through the off-road. It is still the number 6 of Clark, though, that holds that 4th place.
Jackson was all over him there. It looked like he was going to run in the back. He's going to hopefully hang on as they come across the line. Oh, it's close. Clark punches the air. He's pleased with that, and rightly so.
Yeah, very much well deserved, ridden well all day, so well done to both these lads. That's the number 6 of Tyler Clark finishing 4th, Jackson Bennett in 5th.
Next across the line should be Cole Reynolds. Not sure what's happened to Josh Walker. He's showing us a few laps down, so I think he's tipped off somewhere. So we'd normally expect him to be there or thereabouts. But we look in the top box there. A final rider coming across the line on the lead lap should be the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, I think.
I think that was him just making his way up the off-road there on board that Automotive Solutions bike there. And we'll see him come round onto the tarmac here for the last time. So there he is on board that number 10. He looks absolutely tiny. Oh, he's happy with that one.
Yeah, so Cole moving up onto a bigger bike this year, and he's finding his feet on that. So here's the result then for our Supermoto Academy final race of the day, brought to you by FF Solutions. It was a win for the 41 Edward Darnton on the DCR Gas. Second place Archie Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions KTM. Third place, Max Rose on the RWJ Husqvarna, and then number 6, Tyler Clark on the Husky. Jackson Bennett came home 5th. Cole Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions TM in 6th. Rip Jennings 7th. Ollie O'Gorman 8th. Charlie Smith 9th. Jackson Nuttall in 10th, and Josh Walker 11th. He obviously had a problem, Josh, so we'll find out what happened to him. And then 12th place, Alfie Wright. Been a decent day.
Absolutely it has. And there is Archie Reynolds there alongside Dad Paul Reynolds, Automotive Solutions team boss there, getting off the bike and having their well-deserved podium here at the end of what's been a very successful day, I'd say, Phil.
Yes, it's been a great day's racing. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll just get these guys to take their helmets off and give them their moment of glory. But nice to see Paul Reynolds there giving a tap of approval to Ed Darnton for his 3-race victory. And like I say, all we ever want to see at this level of sport, we want to see the bloke in second beating the bloke that wins, and then the bloke who finishes second in the next one beating him. It's good to see good racing. It's nice to see close racing at the front. Max Rhodes comes in 3rd position. Like I say, he is definitely finding his feet in this class, and he will be I think if we see anything in it where it's close to damp or anything like that, he's definitely going to be close to the front. So we'll let these boys get their helmets off and get some shot. There's Archie on the left-hand side. Our race director, Dave Deard, and then man who makes all of this championship happen for all of us guys here to enjoy. Max is deciding he's not going to take his helmet off. So,
no, he is. He's changed his mind.
So congratulations, guys. There's a win then for 3 wins on the day for Ed Darnton, number 41. 3 second places for the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, and 3rd place then the 58 of Max Rhodes. That is your podium for our academy class. Thumbs up from all of those guys. Well done, guys. Thank you very much for joining us for our coverage of round 2 of the British Supermoto Championship. It's been a cracking day. We've seen Alex Mullaney take an overall victory for the first time in his career, along with a race win, and obviously the fact that he came from this class makes this one all the more important. We will look forward to joining you at the end of the month for the 3rd round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Danielle, we'll see you all in a few days.
We'll see you all then.